Let's proceed. The witness is just outside.
Mind the witness is still under oath. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lord.
Understood.
My lord, last time when we adjourned, my lord, I had put the version to the witness regarding the picture which appears in Exhibit S on page 17. However, my lord, the date was not depicted in this picture, the date on which this photo was taken. However, when I discussed with my learned friend, Mr. Baloyi, he confirmed that it does appear, my lord. I think we had a problem with the filming on Friday. May I just be assisted regarding that? Because the date which appears on Exhibit S, it doesn't show what is the date for. My lord, you can go to page 17. It just says IMG 2014-26, 17, 28, 39 /
Sorry, it's 2014?
24 IMG dash 2014 10 26 dash 17 28 39 dash 001. So my lord, when you see these numbers, they don't show, whereas when you open it from the laptop, it shows the date and time when the picture was.
And what was the time?
Was taken. The time is 17:28, 39 minutes, my lord. 39 seconds.
Mr. Balo, is that your position?
Indeed, my lord.
So the date of this photo was taken was the 26th of October.
Yes, my lord.
2014.
Yes.
That's 17, 28, 39.
Yes.
Sergeant Mabasa also testified about.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, that's the time. That's the version, my lord, I was trying to refer the witness to in terms of the time and the location where.
But the location also, does it show the location?
It doesn't show the location. No. However, my learned friend can confirm from there, because we're trying to find out from the investigating officer if they can be able to show that.
Mr. Baloyi.
My lord, we did confirm with the downloader. There's a specific function on the camera that has to be activated for the location to be shown. It's a location function on the camera, and it appears that that function was either not activated or this device did not have that function. So the location cannot be determined.
Yes, Ms. Mshololo, so what are you saying?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, the accused version is that at the time when the picture was taken, he was at George Koch, my lord, in Johannesburg.
Yeah, so that version is not confirmed by forensic evidence that the location is George Koch, but his assertion is that he was at George Koch. Are we agreed on that?
Yes, my lord. And according to the picture, that is buildings that are depicted in this picture, my lord. Yes. That's what I wanted the witness to comment, if the buildings depicted here are that one of Soto Hostel, or he doesn't know, because the version of the witness is that the accused was at Soto Hostel at that time.
Is it Soto Hostel or George Koch Hostel?
It's Soto Hostel, but it's in Vosloorus, my lord.
Yeah, but it can't be George Koch. I know George Koch very well.
Yes, my lord. The version for the witness is that.
Is it a George Koch Hostel? That's all I want to know. Or Basotho Hostel? From the evidence I heard, Basotho Hostel is where? Vosloorus. That's it. Now, George Koch hostel is different. It's a different entity from Basotho hostel.
Yes.
That's it.
Then what I was asking from the witness, my lord, I was referring to him to say this is not Basotho, but it is George Koch. What is depicted in this picture, my lord?
Mr. Louis, this witness, as I recall, he has already answered that version. He said, if he says so, it's okay, but I saw him. You want us to play it back? Just play it back. Because I heard that.
That version has already been
Refuted.
Put to the witness, and yeah, his answer was that the accused was there at
Okay, are we relevant? Just play it back, ma'am. Mr. Stenographer.
and that he saw him there.
Hello? Friday. Was it Friday? Sorry. Wednesday, whatever.
Wednesday, yeah.
The last time we said.
Well, the notes that we have of what was put to the witness was that the photo was taken on 26 October 2015, and it was taken at George Koch Hostel around 1728 on the 26th of October 2014. And further, the accused says he was never at the Soto Hostel in Foslores, that he was at work, and thereafter he went to his flat. The witness said he was indeed at Foslores Hostel.
Do you recall the evidence as such?
Yes, my lord, I do recall, but the only thing that I wanted to confirm with the witness, my lord, is that what is depicted in this picture, that it is not Basotho Hostel, but it is George Koch.
Yeah, show him. So that's.
Yes. Thank you, my lord. Can I be assisted by the station? Mr. Zomo, can you look at that picture? It's on page 17 of Exhibit S. Do you confirm that the building depicted in that picture is not that one of hostel in Foslores?
Uma ubheka lesi sithombe ubuka lesi sithombe lesi ke la ku page 17 uyavuma yini ukuthi le building leli akusilona leli elase Basotho Hostel eFoslores?
Ngalo ukuphikisana nalo angisazi ukuthi sasikuphi le ndawo kubhaliwe ngise George Koch ngeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma nehostel ngalibona ukuthi kuphi kodwa ngishoyo accused number 1 accused number 5 and accused number 3 ukuthi bona ngibabonayo kulesithombe.
The only thing I can comment on is that it's accused number 3 and number 5 that I can see on this picture, but I cannot recall as to where we were when this picture was taken because it's not written as to whether it's Foslores or George Koch.
Okay, but that is not the building for Foslores.
What actually building lase Foslores?
Basotho Hostel.
Lase George Koch Plaza.
I don't know. I either don't know the George Koch building.
Well, can you answer my question? Is that Foslores Hostel or not?
The
building.
Building leli elase hostel lase Foslores noma cha?
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuconfirma lokho ngoba ngangabheki konke ama building engilazi ngangikulo yindle ngangikuyo.
I cannot comment on that because I wasn't looking at all the buildings there. The only building that I know is the one of the house in which I was in.
Okay. The accused version is that that picture was taken in George Koch Hostel where he was at 1725.
25 or 28?
1728
28, yes.
on the 26th of October 2014.
Akushoyo ke umsolo yena ke ukuthi lana ke ukuthathwa kwalesi sithombe lesi ngo 1728 ngalela langa la 26 of October 2014 wayese George Koch.
Do you have any comment?
Comment yami ngathi ukuthi wayisi ngo 5:05 wayise hostel eFoslores noma George Koch. Angembona ngo 5:30. isikhathi ngibone ngaso early before 5:30 na after seku late ntambama. Ngabe bengena kwangesiyena ku 5:30 njengoba ushilo.
When I saw him at First Dollars, it was not 5:30, it was earlier and later on. So it was not at 5:30 when I saw him in First Dollars, as you have said.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Yes, sir. Are you through with this witness?
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions, my lord.
Okay, thanks. Any re-examination?
So, if I may clear certain aspects that have arisen from the cross-examination of my learned colleagues with the witness as the court proceeds. Now, Mr. Zungu, when you allegedly saw accused number 1 and 2 at First Dollars Hostel on the 26th of October 2014, what were their hairstyles?
Ngathi ubona ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili eFirst Dollars ngazo i26 kaOctober 2014 imaphi ama hairstyles ababe nawo.
Ngangawabhekanga ama hairstyle ngicomment kuwo.
I wasn't looking at the hairstyles. I won't be able to comment on them or about them.
But specifically, say for example, accused number 2, if he had dreadlocks, you will stand up that at the time he had dreadlocks, correct?
Uma kuwukuthi asithi ke u-accused number 2 wayenama dreadlocks, into leyo ke eyayizogqama ke ukuthi wayenama dreadlocks angithi.
Uthi wayenama dreadlocks.
Uthi uma asithi yeah asithi yes
afanele ukuthi ngimbonanga ngicomment kulokho ngicomment.
As I've already said that I couldn't see that, so I won't be able to comment on that.
And then let's talk about the gold inlets on the tooth, especially for accused number 2. Did you notice that he had any gold inlets on his teeth or one of the tooth on the 26th of October 2014?
Asigxila ke na ke number 2 ingaba wabona yini noma waqaphela yini ukuthi wayene gold awayenayo emazinyweni noma kwelinye lamazinyo akhe.
I
think I won't be able to recall whether he had it or not, so I won't be able to comment on that.
And also regarding accused number 2, did you notice whether or not he had tattoos on his person, on his arms, on his limbs? Did you see that?
Ukuthi wayena tattoo number 2.
Njoba igqoke iskipa ihood eblack enemlama long sleeve ngangengikwazi ukumbona ngaphakathi ezandleni zakhe.
As he was wearing a black hoodie with long sleeves, I would not have been able to see on his hands or on his arms.
Now, pertaining to the time when you went to buy alcohol at Tops, do you recall what time it was on that Sunday, the 26th of October?
I thought you were clarifying something. Please.
It's clarification, my lord. It's important.
Even about the Tops.
Yes, it's important the time they went there, my lord.
What are you clarifying? The time?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you.
Ngicela ungaphawuli ngesikhathi ngoba ngikhumbula isikhathi kwakubani. Njoba ngangishilo eqaleni futhi kuwo lo mbuzo ngasho ukuthi ngeke ngazi ukuthi isikhathi kwaku 2:10 kwaku 3:10.
May I not comment about the time because I did say that I don't know what time it was, and I think I was asked by you that question, and I said that I won't be able to say whether it was 2:10 or 3:10.
Now, regarding where accused number 2 was staying in October 2014, do you know exactly where he was staying?
No, I have no knowledge of that. But what I do know is that he was also visiting.
And do you perhaps know where he was employed in October 2014?
No, I have no knowledge. I heard it from you.
Now, your testimony is that at some time after 9 o'clock, you saw the people that you saw walking into Gwabini's room, 2 of them handing firearms to Gwabini. Do you recall that aspect of your testimony?
Uyakhumbula ubufakazi bakho umuthi ke kunalabantu abangena ke ekameleni kaGwabini ababili kubona ke basebendlulisela ngeibhamu ke uGwabini.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, evidence led in this court from the witnesses Tumelo Madlala, Zandile Khumalo, and Thokozisi Twala is the following, and not all of them said the same thing, but I'll summarize it.
Kunalabofakazi ke abahlukile uTumelo, uMthokozisi, uZandile akusibona bonke ke abasho lokho kodwa nje ngizosummarize
that 2 intruders entered the house on the 26th of October at the Khumalo household.
ukuthi ke kunabantu ababili abangena kwaKhumalo ngazo i-26 ka-October.
And one of the intruders, the first one who is described as being shot with dreadlocks, and according to the gestures of witnesses, the dreadlocks were up to the ear neck level. He was dark, he had big eyes that were protruding, he had high cheekbones, and that he had a shiny skin, and that suspect or intruder was in possession of a firearm.
Uma ke
As a good case, my lord, I know my learned friend is now having a third bite at the.
Yeah,
the
you know,
apple.
then I'll be told I'm interfering.
This version has previously been put to the witness when he had a second bite at the, at the cherry.
Yeah, this is
So
an abusage of the system. Mr.
the same version is now.
Wait. It's an abusage of the system. You are aware of it. Because you stood up and you said you wanted to clarify some issues arising from Ms. Mshololo's cross-examination. Now we're starting the whole file again.
I didn't say specific.
Now we're starting about Zandile and Tumelo. This is what they said. And you cross-examined on that. Just be fair.
I didn't cross-examine on this aspect, my lord, but when I stood up, I didn't say specifically to the evidence of Ms.
So you're
Mshololo.
clarifying the whole evidence now.
I said, coming out from my three colleagues, because certain issues arose, my lord. If I may go to one of them, for example, let's go to this one.
No, okay, do whatever you want to do. Go on, as you want.
I'm not doing what I want to do, my lord. I'm doing things within the procedure of this court. If I had a second bite, I'll know which aspects I cross-examined on. I wouldn't repeat myself. That's why this I was writing as he was testifying, answering questions from my three colleagues on the left-hand side. Now, on the 24th of October, it was testified that one of the suspects was wearing a hat. Did you see accused number 1 and 2 allegedly at Fosloras wearing a hat?
24 October.
26th of October, I'm sorry.
Ufakazi ke ukuthi nge-26 ka-October omunye wabasolwa ke wayefake isigqoko nabo khona kwambona wayefake isigqoko ngalelo langa lelo.
Usho kuphisarifeya kwabakhulupalo namala kade betestifya ngaphambi kwami.
Referring to the witnesses, the Khumalos or the people that testified before me.
People that testified before you.
Yeah,
that were in the
but
house.
Angikwazi ukukhomenta ngabo ngangekho kaKhumalo.
I can't comment on what they said. I wasn't at the Khumalo household.
Now, in one of the cross-examinations from Counsel for 3 and 5, you were asked about photos that you saw in the newspapers. What I need to clarify from you, was it photos or identity kits that you saw in the newspaper that you said one of them resembled accused number 2's appearance?
Kuba kokushilo ke ngaloko owakubona noma izithombe wayibona ke kuma newspaper kwakuyithombe noma kwakuyi-identity kit le owayibona kwi-newspaper.
It's identity key.
Identity kit. That was done by Steenkamp.
As the court pleases, my lord, those are the clarifications, questions I had. I'm indebted. Thank you.
Yes. Any re-examination? Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord. Mr. Zungu, the sum total of the cross-examination by the defense amounts to the following: that your evidence that you saw accused number 1 up to 5 at Foslora's hostel on the 26th of October 2014 in the circumstances that you have described, and the role that you attributed to each of the accused, as the defense put it, that your evidence in this regard is a fabrication.
Okushiwo abameli ke ubona kwimibuzo abayiphonse kwena ke ukuthi lokho kushilo wena ubufakazi bakho la enkantolo bokuthi wababona ke abasolwa kusuka kuyena umsolwa wokuqala kuyofika ke umsolwa wesihlanu nokuthi ke yikuphi okwenziwa umsolwa ngamunye ngalelo langa lelo ke ukuthi nje yinto nje wena oyifabricated into yakhayo noma uyakhile kwamanye amagama bathi akukho lokho okushoyo ngabamanga abasolwa.
Now, do you have any reason or any motive to fabricate the evidence against the accused?
Ingabe unasizathu yini noma ikhona yini inhloso nayo yokuthi nje ungabakhela itulo nje noma ungathi nje ukhuluma ongekho ngabo?
Anginalo ngincane lokubakhela itulo lami.
Not even the smallest of motives to fabricate anything against them.
And furthermore, that on the basis of that fabrication, that you approach General Leshabani,
nokuthi ke ngokuqhubekeka ke kulelo tulo lelo noma kulokho okwakhayo ke ngakubo ukuthi wase uya ku General Leshabane.
also on the basis of that fabrication that you approach the Commissioner of Police,
Wabe usiya nakuyena ke umcommissioner wamaphoyisa.
that also on the basis of that fabrication you interacted with Warrant Officer Makubo and Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi.
Wakhulumisana naye uwarrant officer Makubo kanye naye uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi.
Now, would you go to such lengths to pursue this matter on the basis of this fabrication as it was put to you by the defense?
Na njengoba ke abameli beshilo ke kuwena ukuthi ke kunalelo tulo ke lakhaya ngabona ke abasolwa ubungase uze uhambe lelo banga lelo noma ke uhambe wenze konke nje yonke leyo mizamo leyo kule nhloso yakho ke yokuthi wena ke khona ke ubakhela itulo.
Objection. It's suggested that on behalf of all the accused, on the basis of the fact that it was put to him that his version is a fabrication. Now, the extension thereto is on the basis of that fabrication. Would he then have approached the people that the state said he approached, Makubo, the National Commissioner, and all the others? On behalf of accused number 3, he never said that. So what is now being put to the witness here is something that could have been suggested by accused number 3 is misleading.
Yes, Mr. Louis.
Well, that is the essence, but we'll just maybe qualify it then to the latest cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5.
Uthi ke mhlambe bahlanganise bonke ke kodwa uzobuya ke athi ke imibuzo ke uqeda ke ukhonza kwena ke umeli kaMsola wesihlanu.
Kubo bonke abathi ngibaqambela amanga angenazizathu sokubasukela nesizathu sokuthi ngihambe ngikhuluma ngabo kakhulu kangaka mhlambe. Engusho la kusho iqiniso elenzeka.
All those that maybe are alleging that I'm telling lies, lying about them, would not have done this or said such things about them. I'm telling the truth and that which happened.
Well, I'm not even so sure whether the states understand the basis of my objection.
Well, you know, it particularizes the assertion or the question with regard specifically to accused number 5's assertions through the counsel that it's a fabrication.
I think it should be put in that way. Maybe that way.
I thought it did.
Yes.
You didn't do that, sir.
Yes, that's what I've just done, Lord.
Let's talk Shangan, please.
Counsel for accused number 5 put it to you that the incident that you testified about as per page 48 and 49 of the report, which pertains to the proceedings of the 7th of November 2023.
Is it September or November?
September.
Yes.
7 September 2023.
I'm on the ball, Mr. Umar.
Yes, thank you. That when you were coming from the shop on the 18th of November 2019, that one Mr. Ntuli, who was with one Mr. Nkazimulo, whom you testified that they are related to accused number 1 and 5, produced a firearm through the window of a parked car. It was put to you by counsel for accused number 5 that that incident did not occur and that you are fabricating this incident.
Mayelana nobufakazi bakho ke obethuleke la enkantolo mayelana lesigameko ke esenzeka ngelanga owabuya ngalo esitolo wasuthi ke wabona ke uNkazimulo kanye naye ke umnumzana Ntuli futhi kukhishwe isibhamu kuyona ke imoto emile ummeli kaMsola wesihlanu uthe lokho akaze kwenzeke.
Now, what is your comment?
Uthini lokho?
Mina siqiniseko sesiphelele ukuthi kwenzeka ngoba ngazi ngakhuluma no-accused number 1 mayelana nalolu daba futhi ngahamba ngaya Florence Society yaseJemiskin ngiyodibana noGwabini emva kwenzeka ngalolu daba.
I am very much certain that it happened because after that I spoke to accused number 1 and I also went to the site of Jemiskin of Florence to go and speak to Gwabini with regards to that.
Now, on the proposition by the defense, in particular counsel for accused number 5, that your evidence is fabricated, you testified on page 95 of the proceedings of 11 September 2023 that you had to move your people to safety.
Ushilo-ke kona-ke lokho okushiwo kuyena-ke ummeli ka-accused number 5 ukuthi mayela-ke nalokho-ke kwase kuphoqeka-ke ukuthi umndeni wakho uhambiseke useke kwindawo ye-safety noma kwindawo e-safe evikelekile.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, would you take such a step on the basis of fabricated evidence?
Ubungakwenza lokho uma bekuwukuthi lokho okukhulumayo kuyinto engekho.
Ngangengikwazi ukwenza lokho.
I would not have done that.
Now, when cross-examined by counsel for the accused, you refer to the accused mainly by their names, such as Muzi when you're referring to accused number 1, Mafika when referring to accused number 2, Gada when referring to accused number 3, and Ukani when referring to accused number 4. Can you just clarify where did you get to know those names?
Bekuthi ke uma ubuzwa imibuzo ke ibona ke abameli bose uthi uma ukhuluma ngabo abasolwa ukhulume uma ukhuluma ngo-accused number 1 uthi Muzi, accused number 2 uthi Mafika, number 3 uthi Gadla, number 5 uthi Nkani. Amagama owathathephi lawo?
Ngasho ukuthi amagama engazi ngawo namagama engawathola kubo eFosloras bese ngabizana ngalamagama abawabiza.
I would say that that's the name by which I know them and names that I got from them in Florence, and we were not referring to each other by the names that they are now calling themselves by.
Shuta amagama abo asemakhaya noma ngababagama ababizwa ngawo ajwayelekile.
I would say that those are their names from back home, or those are the usual names by which they are being called.
Now, in cross-examination by Mr. Ramusipili for accused number 1, during the proceedings of the 11th of September 2023, at page 54, lines 5 to 6, you testify that you knew Gadla or Carlos as a Butelezi.
Uthe uGadla umazi ke nanje ngoCarlos noma ke uButhelezi.
Can you clarify as to why you say you know accused number 3 as Butelezi?
Ungasho ukuthi kungani ke uthi umazi nanje ngoButhelezi uaccused number 3?
Ukuthi okamncube bengakwazi ngakuzwa mayifika mhlambe kule nkantolo ukuthi ngokamncube bengazi ukuthi uGadla wakabuthelezi.
Okay, that he is from the Ngube clan, I didn't know that. I only got to know that when I got to this court. What I knew is that he is from the Buthelezi.
Or related kwaButhelezi kodwa bengimazi ukuthi ngakabuthelezi.
Or that he's related to Buthelezi, but what I knew was that he is a Buthelezi.
Iyafana naku accused number 5 futhi bengingamazi ukuthi ungakaNtuli bengimazi ukuthi ungakaZulu.
Same applies with accused number 5. I didn't know that I belonged to the Ntuli clan, but that he belonged to the Zungu clan.
Now, all counsel cross-examine you as to who was in the red car when you went to buy alcohol at Tops.
Bonke ke abameli bakubuze ukuthi obani bonke ababekhona kuleya moto ibomvu nkathi niya kwa Tops niyothenga utshwala.
Can you clarify as to who was in the red car when you went to buy alcohol at Tops, as far as you can remember?
Ngokukhumbula kwakho ke usungachaza ke ukuthi kwakuwobani ababekhona kuleya moto ibomvu nkathi niya eTops.
Imoto lebomvu sasu5 kuyo phakathi ngangwesi5 futhi mina.
There were 5. Sorry, there were 5 of us inside that vehicle. I was the 5th one, and there were 4 others.
Ulabo accused number 3.
Amongst them,
sorry,
amongst them, accused number 3, who is Gadla, he was there.
Abanye noma ngasabakhumbula ukuthi kwangobani, kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi abanye babo babekhona, kodwa noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi ubani njengo driver wayo. I'm
unable to remember the others as to who they were. Although yes, they were there, but I can't say who they were. There was a driver, but I can't recall who. But accused number 3 specifically, I know that he was there.
Now, counsel for accused number 3 and 4 put it to that the owner of the red car is one Nyamuza. Do you know such a person?
Bashilo ke kwena bameli bakhe accused number 3 no number 4 ukuthi umnikazi ke wayo leya moto Nyamuza.
Angmazi,
I don't know him.
Counsel for accused number 3 and 4 put it to that Mantizwani Kanyile appears on page 47. Now, do you know any person by that name?
Bashilo ke kwena ke umeli ka number 3 no number 4 ukuthi uMantizwane Kanyile uyena ke la ku page 47. Uyamazi ke umuntu onalelo gama.
Ngiyaphikisa lokho, umuntu okuleya page number 47 yimi.
I dispute that. The person who is in that picture 47, it's myself.
No, they said that the person wearing red.
No, I am not.
No, I have no knowledge of him.
Yes. And it was further put to you that
objection.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We never suggested that the person who is wearing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just rephrase that. That the person that appears on page 47 that you say it's yourself, it's Mantizwane Kanyile. I'm sorry.
Guti lo oku page 47 lo othi wena kuthiwa uyena ke lo ekuthiwa uMantizwane Kanyile hayi lo ogqoke izinto ezibomvu kodwa lo wena othi wena kuthiwa cha akusiwena kodwa uMantizwane Kanyile.
Ngiyaphikisa lokho.
I dispute that.
It was further put it to you that the person that appears on page 47 in red, it's Ngicelimpilo Ndawonge. Do you know any person by that name?
Nokuthi lona ke ogqoke izibomvu ke Celimpilo Ndawonge. Ndawonge.
Yes. Do you know any person by that name?
Uyamazi umuntu onalelo gama lelo?
Cha.
No.
It was also further put it to you by counsel that photo 47 was taken by one Mr. Mabungu Ntuli.
Nokuthi ke umthobela lesi sithombe lesi u47 kwakuMabungu Ntuli.
Ngeke uphikise ukuthi ubani wayethatha isithombe njoba ngitshelwe yini ukuthi sasise full slorus last thatha lesithombe kodwa ukuthi ubani wayesithatha igama lakhe ngengisho ukuthi ubani angimazi.
I wouldn't dispute or say as to who was the person who took the picture, as I was told by them that where the location here is for slaughterhouse, but as to who the taker of the picture is, I don't know.
It was further put it to that this picture on page 47 was taken at a place called Lesedi in Vosloorus,
ukuthi ke futhi ke la isithombe lesi sathathwa khona ke selisedi eVosloorus
which is near a shopping center.
eseduze ke ne shopping center.
Now, on your way to Tops or on the way back, did you stop at any other place?
Endleleni ke eya eTops noma uma nibuya eTops ukhona la enama khona yini?
Objection, madam.
Yeah.
That is going to be new evidence that is now being introduced via the back door.
Yeah, that's new evidence.
Well, we're not going to belabor the point, Manor, but they did introduce the issue of Lesedi, and we just want to find out as to whether did they stop at any place called Lesedi. But listen, Manor, it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
What we can perhaps do is to rephrase the question. Did you stop anywhere on your way to Tops or on your way back?
If you want to rephrase, you've got to say, did you stop at a place called Lesedi?
Lesedi.
Because that's pertinently what was put.
As a court places, we're indebted to the court. Did you stop at a place called Lesedi?
Khona indawo ethi mayibiza kuthiwa ilisedi la enama khona.
Noma ngayazi indawo ukuthi yini ngizwela icourt ukuthi Lesedi.
Although
Kodwa sahamba sima endleleni.
Although I don't know the place, but I heard it here in court that it's Lesedi. But as we were driving, we would stop now and then stop.
Yes.
Ngifuna ukucacisa lapho ukuthi safika uma ngathi ngwezela.
Again, that is new evidence. That is new evidence because it never emerged under cross-examination whether or not there were instances where they stopped on their way or on their way back from Tops.
Are you saying the new evidence is solicited and it is uttered in response by Mr. Zungu? That's the new evidence. That's the new evidence you're referring to.
Yes,
That Mr. Zungu is proffering new evidence.
yes, but through the state. Through the assistance of the state. Like, in other words, what I'm saying is the state is now introducing new evidence through what it calls re-examination. Because this is some of the aspects that should have been said in this evidence in chief or conveyed in this evidence in chief.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
It's a good place, Manot. The issue of Lesedi was introduced by counsel during cross-examination, but the witness has already said that they, has already responded to, to that aspect. I will not take it any further. It's neither here nor there, Manot.
I would therefore, my Lord, request that with due respect, that on account of the fact that the state is conceding, from what I can gather from what he's saying, that piece of evidence that is now being elicited in this re-examination be disregarded, because that's now amounts to new evidence.
Okay, I'll disregard it.
We'll just ask the witness to clarify this aspect. Just once, can you just clarify, do you know anything about a place called Lesedi? Which is near a shopping complex.
Khona yini indawo yaziyo eyilisedi eseduze ne-complex, ne-shopping complex?
Angwazi ama-section akhona nguzwe la icourt ukuthi iLesedi.
I don't know the sections there. I only heard it here in court that it's called Lesedi.
Yes, but do you know anything about that place?
Ukhona okwaziyo ngaleyo ndawo leyo?
Akukho ngikwaziyo ngayo.
No, I know nothing about it.
Now, if we can just deal with your affidavit, paragraph 21 of your affidavit, exhibit AA. You were cross-examined by counsel for accused number 4 as to why you say, or why it is stated in paragraph 21 of your affidavit that the person who appears on photo 7, 170, 17, and 2 and 23 is Mthokoziseni Mapisa.
Ubuziweke ukuthi kungani uthi ke lo muntu lona ke okule ithombe u7 u170 17 no23 ukuthi kungani uthi lo Mthokoziseni Mapisa.
Just show those pictures. It's page 7. Yes, that one, and well, there's no page 170.
17.
Then page 17. And page 23 and page 23.
Okay.
You were asked as to why you state in your affidavit that the person who appears there is Mthokoziseni Mapisa.
Ubuziweke ukuthi kungani uthi lo muntu lona ke okule ithombe lezi uthi uMthokoziseni Mapisa. 7 170 akekho u17 kanye no23.
Page 7 ucacisa ukuthi akusiyena angibona akusiyena uMthokoziseni Mapisa.
On page 7 I did explain that no, this is not Mthokoziseni Mapisa.
Or ukuthi kungani ngifakele kwi-statement sami ngengazi inamba njoba niyibiza ukuthi 7170 kodwa mangisibuka lapha page number 7 akusiyena ngikhulume ngopage 17 engibone khona accused number 3 and accused number 5.
Okay. And then as you make mention of numbers here, and I also mentioned in my statement that it's page 7, I then wouldn't know as to how the numbering goes, but I then made mention of page 17 where I see accused number 3 and number 5.
Yes. Accused number 7 njoba appear with statement sami akusiyena umuntu ebengibonile angimazi.
Ngicela uphinde le statement leqotho senza manje.
Picture number 7 njoba ikhona lapha ku statement.
Okay.
Ngeke ngiqinisekise ukuthi Mthokoziseni Mapisa o page number
on
7.
Picture number 7 or page number 7, I cannot confirm that the person appearing there is indeed Mthokoziseni Mapisa. Yebo.
Then page 23. Page 23 futhi ngoqinisekisile ukuthi angimazi oaccuse ome lapho angengicommente ngaso.
On page 23 I did confirm that I don't know the accused who's standing there. I cannot confirm that.
Ikakhulukazi bengibuza ngomgqoke isikipa esibomvu.
And especially I was being asked about the person wearing a red t-shirt.
Now, counsel for accused number 5 cross-examine you about the name Mtogo, whom you said was introduced as the brother of accused number 4.
Ummeli wakhe ke umsolo wesihlanu kuzile ngegama lika Mtogo.
That's not me, my lord.
Sorry, accused number 5.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't recall that evidence.
Sorry, accused number 5.
Let's repeat that assertion.
Counsel for accused number 5 questioned you about Mtogo. I'm sorry, I think counsel for accused number 4 questioned you about Mtogo, whom you said was introduced as the brother of accused number 4. Can you just clarify who imparted that knowledge to you? How did you come to know of that?
Uma ubuzwa ke ummeli wakhe accused number 4 mayelana negama ke lithi Mtogo wase uthi umuphendula ke wachazwa ke kuwena ke nanjengomuntu noma wethulwa ke kuwena nanjengomfowabo ka accused number 4 Mtogo. Awusho ke ukuthi ubani loyo owakunika leyo information noma ubani owakunika lolo lwazi lolo ukuthi Mtogo umfowabo ka accused number 4.
Njengoba ngihamba naye uMthogo mangihamba ngisuke eFortslorus futhi yena ogcile ngumdropa ngamdropa egarage igama lakhe uMthogo kodwa kusiyena accused number 4. owakamaphisa naye akusiyena kodwa accused number 4 wakubo uma ukuthi abahlobene ngivumile kulokho mayithina abahlobene nabo kodwa ngolwazi lami bengazithonga kubo.
I was traveling with with Ntogo, and he's the last person that I dropped at the garage, and his name is Ntogo. And what I knew is that he's also from Mapisa, but I then, when it was then said to me that they are not related, I then said, okay, I then concede that they then are not related. But according to my knowledge, I knew him to be from Mapisa, to be a Mapisa.
And just the last aspect, Constable Zungu. Counsel for accused number 5 asked you as to what description of accused number 2 did you see in the identity kit that appeared in the newspaper article on the 28th of October 2014. You then answered that when you look at the suspect in that newspaper article, you saw accused number 2. Can you clarify as to what is it in the identity kit that resembled accused number 2?
Ubuziweke ummeli wakhe ke accused number 5 ukuthi ke uma ubona noma ke kuleyo identity kit owayibona ke kwi newspaper yange 28 ka October 2014 wasuthi wena ke ubona accused number 2 ukuthi ke yini le owayibona ke kuleyo identity kit kuleyo newspaper leyo eyakwenza ukuthi usho ukuthi accused number 2.
Uqinisekisa nje ngabona ngendlela akwayigqoke ngakhona nangendlela ukuthi waphuma phambi kwami mabe ngithetha ngaphakathi endlini waphuma yena kubo bonke ephuma main room yilokho kwangenza kube nesiqiniseko ukuthi ngimbone kahle futhi ngiyamkhumbula ukuthi wayigqoke ihood eblack.
It's what he was wearing, or the manner in which he was wearing on the day, and also on the day in Foster's, my lord, as I was speaking there, and he left the room just right in front of me, and I could then see that he was wearing a black hoodie.
Nokuyichange kwakhe lokho kwangiqinisekisa ukuthi ngimsolo ukuthi why changing.
Also the fact that he changed it, my lord, that's what then brought the suspicion as to why did he change it.
Just one aspect, my lord, with the permission of the court, all counsel referred to this identity kit. We just want to show this witness an identity kit just for him to say whether or not that is the identity kit that was shown to him. Just that aspect, my lord.
Counsels, Mr. Disappear.
My lord, I'm going to object to that. No picture was referred to in evidence in chief relating to the identity kit. He only gave the description. I only now, in my clarification, only asked whether it was an identity kit or an image. I didn't refer him to any such actual identity kit itself. So I'm going to object to that, Melo.
Mr. Nisi?
I think that is going to be a third item achievement. Something that was Mr. Ramusipili was not accorded the opportunity to do. Same analogy to the state in respect of this aspect.
Mr. Namalo?
My lord, I also asked him about the identity kit which appeared. I also asked him about the identity kit which appeared on the newspaper. There was no picture of the identity kit which was shown to the witness under cross-examination.
So Mr. Louis wants to show you. You want to show them the witness what?
Just an identity kit.
Where does it originate from? The newspaper or where?
The witness can. Well, Mr. Counsel for case number 4 mentioned that.
No.
Warrant Officer Spinnaker.
Yes. That identity kit, from where does it originate?
Yes. It's from Warrant Officer Steenekamp, and if she comes to testify, she'll testify about that.
Yes, you're saying you did ask about the identity kit, Mr. Ngomalo, and what happened?
I did ask him about the identity kit which was shown on the newspaper. I did not show him any identity kit under cross-examination.
Or you asked him about what he was not seeing?
I asked him about what he saw on the newspaper, the identity kit which was shown on the newspaper.
I see. Yes, ma'am.
Also, my lord, I've never made any reference, as the state suggests, my lord. It's a wrong referral on my side. I've never referred the witness to that identity kit in my cross-examination. I only referred, my lord, to the newspaper.
Well, my lord,
you say you only referred to the newspaper. What were you referring to the newspaper? Because I recall this witness said there were actually two, he calls it pictures, images, which were counterbalanced on the newspaper, which he says he can't recall, but he thinks it was a citizen. You recall that evidence? Yes.
Yes, my lord. I remember making reference to the newspaper, but not to the exhibit that is suggested by my learned friend now.
So that doesn't originate from the newspaper cutting?
Yes.
Mr.
well,
Baloyi.
the cross-examination was, what description of accused 2 did you see in the sketch plan? That is what counsel for accused number 5 asked.
And what was the answer?
And the answer was, when I look at the suspect that is now on that sketch plan, I saw accused number 2.
Right. But this witness pertinently mentioned that he actually saw either a picture or an image in one of the newspapers.
Yes.
Or pertinently says it could have been the citizen.
Yes.
Do we recall that evidence, Mr. Ramsey?
Yes.
I do, my lord.
Yes.
So he was referring to an identity kit. Was
My
he
lord,
not?
let's put it contextually.
Ah,
Witnesses before that were in the house have testified, and this identity kit was never shown to them to comment thereon. Specifically regarding what Advocate Ngumalo referred to, it was for the identity kit of the person with dreadlocks.
no, that's not the question I'm asking.
Yes,
This question is limited to this witness.
yes.
According to Mr. Baloyi, he wants to show this witness to identify whether the image which he's going to show him, which he refers to as an identity kit, is the one which he perused in one of the newspapers. Is that not what you're trying to suggest?
Indeed, my lord.
And I'm saying to you, did this witness ever refer to an identity image or kit or picture in a newspaper? That's all.
He did, my lord.
Right. So what's the problem with him being shown that? If he did refer to it, Mr. Mnisi argued that is new evidence. Is this new evidence?
My lord, it's totally different. If Mr. Baloyi says we are going to present you what is a tip or an extract from the newspaper, I think he said it was a Citizen or whatever. Is this what you were referring to in your evidence in chief? Then that or in your cross-examination, that's going to be something different. But now to come and introduce a paper that we do not know, actually a paper that comes from Stiene Camp, is something totally different. Because this information, this witness did not get it from Stiene Camp. He was only told that these are the images that were drawn by Stiene Camp, but he got them from the newspaper. Let the state introduce that newspaper, and we will be very glad as well to have a copy of such a newspaper.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Munari.
My lord, if it is an article from the newspaper, I will have no problem. If it is an extract from the newspaper, I will have no problem.
If it's an extract from a paper,
Yes.
you have a problem.
Of the newspaper.
Listen to
Of
me.
the newspaper.
If it's an article from a paper, not a newspaper, a paper, you have a problem.
I have
If
a
it's an
problem.
article from a newspaper, you don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem.
But both these are contained in a paper or a document.
The newspaper which he read.
Right, ma'am? Solo.
My lord, I object. Even if it's an evidence from the paper or from the newspaper, it cannot be introduced during re-examination because it was never introduced during examination in chief.
The last wait for you, Mr.
As a please, my lord, I've indicated to my learned friends why we didn't want to introduce that evidence, but they themselves, out of their own accord, introduced that evidence. Now, we hear about this identity kit that was shown to the witness, but the court is absolutely in the dark as to what was shown to this witness. We submit that it is important that the witness be afforded the opportunity to say, this is the identity kit that was shown to me, or he can say it's not.
Yeah, thanks. My ruling is that it can be shown. The reasoning will be supplied later.
As a court, please.
Okay.
Now, just the clarification, I'm just stating the floor. Is this now the images that are from the newspaper?
Ask your learned colleague.
Yes, that's,
Yes, I can't do that in a direct way.
No, ask him, because he's introducing the evidence.
yes, that's what we've just asked the witness.
Is that from the newspaper?
Yes.
It's a newspaper thing.
Yes, the image that you saw.
We have just said, Madam, we are going to request that we also furnish with the truth of that newspaper or the cutting of that newspaper as well.
I also object, my lord. We are not in possession of what is being referred to the witness now. It's new evidence which has not been disclosed to us. I therefore object, my lord, to the referral of that picture.
Yeah, but I'm giving a ruling. And you know what? This ruling is made in terms of R versus Hepworth, 1928. We all read it. We can read it again if you want us to read it. It's based on that reasoning. That this court is an administrator of justice and it must see to it that justice is seen to be done and it is indeed done. And that no person in this court is going to be credited with taking a point, like the defense is taking the points.
And my lord, without casting aspersions on anyone, we did provide exactly, this document to
On the
all,
list of the new exhibits.
to all counsel. Yes, we did provide.
I've got it. I saw this. It's not the first time I see it. Is it the first time you see this document, Mr. Ramsipid?
It may have been finished.
Hello?
I don't know.
Was it?
It may have been finished as part of disclosure.
I saw this. I saw this. It's in my list of exhibits. Can you tell us what?
My lord, we did furnish it to the defense, but we told them as to why we're not leading evidence on that. But they chose to introduce the topic. Hence, we're just asking the witness just to identify.
Let's take it slow. Mr.
Okay.
Baloy, you say you did furnish that document to all the councils here?
Yes, we
all
did.
of them?
Yes, all of them, my lord.
I specifically don't have it, Madam, because if I had it, it would have been very simple for me when Zande was testifying and introduced this image.
Okay, so Mr. Mnisi, you say, Mr. Mnisi, you say Mr. Baloy never gave you that.
I say I don't have it.
No, that's not my question.
Yes.
He never gave you, not that you have it or you don't have it. He says he furnished it to you,
Yes.
to Mr. Ramosepidi,
Yes.
Mr. Mamalo, and Ms. Mshololo. That's what he says. I gave it. I furnished it.
Yes.
Is that not what you're saying, sir?
Yes, my lord, we
I
did.
don't have it.
Yeah, that's another story.
Yes. It could have.
I've played the lotto, but I've never won it.
Excuse me.
I've played the lotto, but I've never won it.
The court said you played football, but you never scored.
Yes, something like similar to that. Okay, Mr. Mshololo. The gentleman, Baloy, says he furnished that document to all of you.
My lord, this document was never disclosed to me by the state.
Mr. Ngumalo?
The only document that I have is the one reflecting the person with dreadlocks. I did not.
What document is it?
Is this one?
Show it to your colleagues. Where do you get that document from?
It formed part of further particulars.
It's obvious the gentleman on that document is the one who's not having a hoodie. Is that not so, Mr. Ramosipidi?
No, where they are together. I don't have.
I say that one. It's the same person who is on the right-hand side, who is not wearing a hoodie. Is that not so?
Yes.
Where did you get that document?
It was furnished to us by the state.
Mr. Mshololo, is the first time you see that document?
My lord, it looks as if there is a confusion, my
No,
lord.
there's no confusion. Have you been furnished with that document?
This document does not depict, my lord, what
Have
is
you
referred.
been furnished with that document? What's the difficulty here?
Yes, my lord, the evidence of a facial image analyst report, we have been furnished with that. But this does not contain what is depicted by the state there, my lord.
Okay, continue, Mr. Baloy.
As a court, please, my lord, without, I can confirm we separately here in court. Each counsel, we gave them a copy of this, my lord.
You know, the court must rely on the integrity, honesty of counsels, because we're officers of the court. Here it is, here we're arguing about whether an officer of the court furnished other officers of the court with the document. Then it's no, yes, maybe not. Really? Okay, continue.
Are you able to comment as to whether any of the image identikit was contained in the article?
No, I'm right. Yeah, ngaphendula. Engikubonayo accused number 2.
Okay, what I see there is accused number 2, who is Mafika on that picture.
Which one?
Mupi.
On my right.
The witnesses on his right.
Ufake ihoodie.
The one with the hoodie.
Okay. Thank you. That is all.
Yeah. Any cross-examination arising from that, Mr. Ramusipiti?
No, not now, because I'll have to consult on this.
Yeah, you can consult.
Okay. I mean, that's it. Perhaps two clarification questions. Now, if you look at that identity kit on the left with what you allege to be a schematic representation or ID kit of accused number 2, is this how the picture appeared in the newspaper article that you saw?
Yebo.
Yes.
Was it black and white or in color? That picture in the newspaper?
The one the newspaper.
Ngikhumbula ngicabanga black and white.
If I remember, I think it was in black and white.
Now, by looking at that, what tells you that that's a black hoodie that's been represented in that picture?
Manje ke uma ubheka lapha yini ekutshela ukuthi ihoodie eblack leya.
Njengoba injani njengoba igqokile ingangendlela futhi athi mayiphuma ayigqoke ngakhona uma afika endlini yiye ngenza ukuthi ngibe neshoyo ukuthi uye lo yamsolosoleka lapha.
As it is appearing there, that is exactly the same manner in which he had it on, or he put it on when he left the house, and that's exactly what made me to say that that's him there.
And furthermore, recall when I asked my clarification questions, I asked you whether or not accused number 2 in particular had dreadlocks on the 24th of August, 26th of August 2014, correct? Remember that?
Ngikhumbula ke ngikubuzile ngokuthi wayena dreadlocks yini nge-26 October 2014 yakhumbula ngithi.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember.
Now, I know you did not participate in the compilation of this identity kit, but if you look towards the back of the hoodie, you will see what look like dreadlocks that also come up to the neck level. Would it be fair to say that?
Ngiyazi ukuthi ungasiyona ke noma ungasiyona ingxenye yokuhlanganisa ke noma yokwenza le identity kodwa uma ubuka ke isithombe lesiyana uzobona ukuthi la emuva ke okuvelile la kuloko kubukeka ngathi ama dreadlocks.
Lokho ngengicomment ngakho ukuthi kuvela kanjani ama dreadlocks kodwa engakhomenta ngakho indlela ayigqoke ngakhona nangendlela andlula ngakhona phambi kwami.
I wouldn't comment on that or how it is appearing or how the dreadlocks are appearing, but what I can comment on is how he was wearing it and the manner in which he passed right in front of me.
And also with regard to the beard that is represented there, especially that aspect regarding the beard here, even now in court, if I may ask accused number 2 to remove his hand, he doesn't have that type of beard that also other witnesses testify that he had.
Okay. Yeah,
This one below the lip. Yeah.
Ngayigunda phela leyo 2014 lawo 2023.
This is 2023. That was 2014. He can shave it, but it's him.
Do you want to those look whether or not he does shave?
Angiyidingi ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi uyena loyo.
I don't need it. I'm assuring you that it is him.
Accused number 2 instructs me that he's never had that beard. He doesn't grow that beard here. Even to this day.
Khumbula kusimini wayidraw ukuthi mhlawumbe wayidraw wayifaka noma wayigundile ngeke lokho ngikuqinisekise.
Sorry, I'm not the one who compiled it. As to whether the one who compiled it drew it or made it to be there, I cannot confirm that.
But when you allegedly saw him on the night in question of this incident, he did not have this beard, correct?
Ngeke ngiqinisekise ukuthi wayenayo ngaleso sikhathi noma wayenayo manje. Engushoyo ukuthi kodwa yena ukubukeka kwakhe wayefana nalo engangemboneka ulize ithombe.
I cannot confirm that as to whether he had it at the time, but when I looked at him, that he looked exactly the same as the one that was in those pictures.
You are not certain of so many things. What are you exactly certain about regarding this incident of the 26th of October 2014?
Uqinisekisa ukuthi abasola kuleyo nto yibo labangaphambi kwale nkantolo.
That I can to assure you, I'm certain that the suspects that are being alleged to have committed that crime are the ones that are in front of the court or before the court.
Finally, accused number 2 will deny that this schematic representation resembles him in any manner, shape or form.
Phikisana ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi lo obulapha yana ke ukuthi ufana naye ke noma umuntu nje osondela noma ufana naye lo okweza sithombe. Uyaphikisa lokho.
Uqamba manga.
He's telling lies.
As a purpose.
Yes, Mr. Nisi.
Mr. Zongo, you know, out of fairness and nature, forgive me. As I look at that picture of the person that is, or at the image of the person who's wearing a hoodie, and as I'm saying nature, forgive me, he looks to me to have similar features that as I am looking at you, you also now, that says to me, it's a very, it's like when one says utilizing the eyes of the beholder. Because to me, that picture resembles you. To you, resembles accused number 2. To another person, it might resemble the gentleman who's standing just next to you.
Eh? Let me put my specs on.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, Mr. Mamalo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Baloi?
That's it, my lord.
Okay, thank you, sir,
Siyabonga.
for your assistance. So that will be, that disputed document will be exhibit what?
It will be exhibit
Number?
BB now.
Exhibit?
BB.
BB.
Yes.
As it is a court matter, apparently accused number 3 wants to see.
I can't stop him. What's that?
He's requesting an indictment that are approaching.
Yes, yes.
Are we going to take the short adjournment or are we proceeding?
What's the time now, Mr. Baloi?
11:15.
11:15.
11:15. Yeah, we can take the break. Come back.
it's a misrepresentation of facts, with due respect, because we've only been handed with these documents now. And the logic of it is, if we already had these documents earlier on, why should they then be provided for the second time?
Okay, and the statement of this witness, Sergeant Mokhani, has he made a statement?
Indeed, he has made.
Has it been discovered or disclosed to the defense?
Which forms part of the record is A262.
Yeah, but the point is, has it been discovered?
Yes, it would have been discovered, my lord, with the rest of the contents of the docket.
Okay, fine.
My lord, on that aspect, I'm sorry. And these debates, my lord, like you are saying, they don't look pretty.
Yeah, they're not.
That aspect was, that disclosure was done last week, Wednesday, the statement of Mokhani, not previously.
Yeah, fine. Where's the sergeant? Yeah.
As the court pleases, my lord, before the witness is called,
Yeah.
my lord, before this witness is called, I object, my lord,
So,
to the leading of the evidence of this witness.
on what basis?
My lord, reasons being that the evidence of this witness forms part of the cell phone evidence, which includes, my lord, the copies or the evidence that was discovered to us last week, my lord. We were afforded with an opportunity to consult and to read the information, my lord, which is the evidence. And it appears that the statement of this witness was also part of the bundle that was discovered to us on Wednesday. And that evidence, my lord, makes reference to the cell phone evidence that was confiscated from my client and from accused number 2's cell phone. And there is no section 205 cell phone evidence that is attached to that, my lord. I had been asking the state, my lord, for the disclosure of the section 205 cell phone evidence relating to, number one, the number which is alleged to have been used by accused number 5, and the reference that has been made throughout all this evidence, my lord. My lord will recall that Colonel Stein testified earlier on, also made reference to the number allegedly to have been used by accused number 5. And still at that time, my lord, I proceeded with that evidence because I was under the impression that the state was going to furnish me with the section 205 evidence to that cell phone. We have been promised and promised, my lord. And until today, my lord, last week I couldn't consult without this cell phone evidence, which is section 205, my lord. Unless if the state is telling us that he will not be intending to lead that evidence. My lord, I'm raising this as an objection because my client is suffering a prejudice of not having a fair trial, my lord, in consulting thorough with all the evidence that the state is intending to produce during trial. The section 205 cell phone evidence, my lord, if the state is going to use it during trial, it must be supplied to me, my lord, so that I can be able to consult thorough with all these statements of different witnesses who will be testifying in relation to the cell phone that is attributed to accused number 5.
Yes, Mr. Barui, what's your response?
Two issues, my lord. Firstly, I've indicated to my learned friends that all that this witness, Sergeant Mokhani, is going to testify about is just the confiscation of a cell phone. He's not going to refer to any section 205. And I told my learned friends that as far as the analyst is concerned, it's fine. We can let the evidence of the analyst stand down. But as far as this witness is concerned, who comes to testify about the confiscation of a cell phone, no reference to Section 205. There's no reason, my lord, that his evidence should stand down. Secondly, it is indeed so that the expert at Vodacom, or the analyst at Vodacom, is still busy compiling his or her statement regarding the Section 205. The data that was provided is in excess of, I think, of about 4,000 pages, and we asked her, my lord, just to confine her affidavit just to the relevant data for the accused that before court, as well as the other role players, so that it's manageable. And she's in the process of finalizing that affidavit. And we told the defense that we don't mind if that part of the evidence should stand down, but as far as just the confiscation of the cell phone, my lord, is concerned, that is something that we can proceed with.
So you did talk to your learned colleagues?
Yes, during adjournment, we did discuss that.
Yes. Mr. Mnisi?
As it is the court. My lord, I'm wondering if the court heard my colleague in the introduction of this matter, when the court asked him whether the statement of Mr. Mokhane was furnished to the defense, and his answer was yes. It was furnished to the defense at the time at which disclosure of the case docket was made. That is what he told
Yeah,
the
he says
court.
it was finished when on Wednesday last week.
Well, Monday, we did again finish the documents to the defense on Monday.
Monday, last
Yes.
week,
Yeah, Monday last week.
including the statement of Mokhane.
Yes, as far as I remember. And before that, my lord, we also, before the adjournment, we finished that statement. We sent it via electronic media, via WhatsApp, to my colleague for accused number 5, because her client is affected by the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane. So we do have proof of that. Before the adjournment, before the recess, we send it to her electronically.
What is the statement?
Yes, the statement, all the statements pertaining to the chain of custody pertaining to her client. I'm not sure about Mr. Ramosipili, whether we did send him electronically, but what I'm sure of, my lord, is that on Monday we once again gave everybody copies of the chain of custody of the witnesses. This statement regarding the inquiry by Advocate Nisi, it forms part of the docket. As I mentioned, it's A263, and contents of the dockets, my lord, were disclosed to the defense right at the everything that was in the
So Mr. Mnisi has the very document he says.
in the docket, and I'll be the last one to cast aspersions if they say they didn't receive it. As far as this is concerned, my lord, we cannot vouch for that. We'll first have to check before we commit ourselves. All that we can state as a fact at this stage, my lord, is that they were electronically supplied to Advocate Mshololo before the adjournment, and on Monday we once again gave the statements to all counsel.
Yes, Ma'am Mshololo.
My lord, my lord, I think the state has answered my question, my lord, to say the service provider, I expect, is still busy with
Yeah, fine, but the
Yes.
statement is supposed to have been sent to you on your WhatsApp address.
the Mokhane statement, my lord, was discovered to me last week on Wednesday.
Yeah, okay.
The statement, which is marked Exhibit XCC, my lord, was just discovered during break today. My main problem, my lord, is the section 205.
But it says the service provider at Vodacom is busy attenuating that affidavit
Yes,
to restrict it from 4,000 pages
yes, ma'am.
to the cell phone numbers which are relevant in this case.
Yes.
That's how I understand it.
And then, my
And
lord,
it says it will be furnished to you guys.
and then, my lord, what I've suggested to the state is that we then pause with dealing with the evidence relating to the cell phone and then continue with other evidence until we receive that cell phone evidence, my lord, so that I will be able to consult properly. Because if my lord, this evidence of Mokgane was going to be allowed, it means now I will have to consult in piecemeal evidence, and also I won't be in a position to construct a proper defense regarding the evidence of the cell phone that the state is intending to lead. Hence, I'm asking, my lord, that this evidence of the cell phone evidence relating to Mokgane and all other witnesses be paused at this stage up until such time when I am finished with the Section 205 records, so that I will be able to take proper instructions from my client.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Baloyi, what are you saying? Mnisi, before.
Thank you.
What are you saying, Mr. Mnisi?
I understood, my lord, that I was still on the podium, but be that as it may, was posing a very point of concern that the state indicated that disclosure of Mr. Mokgane's statement was made at the time at which the entire content of the case that was disclosed. I'm also not trying to cast any aspersions, my lord, but I think it suffices to mention that according to the document that we were handed with today, last week, Mr. Mokgane's statement was only proposed on the 5th of September 2023 at 14:45. That is the first statement. The second statement that I have that was handed to me last week as well, the statement was also deposed to on the 5th of September 2023. So that basically is indicative of the fact that it is not entirely correct, my lord, to suggest that disclosure of the statement of Mr. Mokgane was done at the time when the entire content of the case docket was disclosed to us, my lord. This then brings me to the following point, my lord. It is apparent, my lord, it is beyond reproach that at the time at which the state decided to indict this person and marched them to court, and for their first appearance at court, the state was not yet ready to embark on that process, man. This is evinced by the fact that each time there's a particular investigation that is actually going on. That is what the state has already considered too. Cell phone records are not yet ready even at this point. From 2014 to 2023, cell phone record. Let me actually limit it to the time at which this accused person might have been arrested, which is 2020. It's almost 3 years now, but cell phone records are not yet ready, my lord. Now, the problem that we have with this kind of an approach is that each time we put a version to the witnesses that the states are calling, they come up with something new. Then come the next witness, we are also expected to put a different version from the first version that we would have put to the witness, on the basis of which we couched our defense based on the information that would have been available then, madam. This prejudices the accused person's defense in their case, madam, because at the end of it all, we are going to argue about the credibility and the honesty and the reliability of what these witnesses are saying, madam. It seems to me like the state was not ready from the beginning. And if that is the case, my lord, it is not an embarrassment for the state to stand up and say, my lord, we are still busy investigating this case. We therefore requesting a very long postponement of this case. I don't think any colleague of us was going to object on that one, my lord, because then we would know that come that point, after that very long postponement, then we know that the state would have said, you know what, we've got all the information now. This is going to be a machine and a train that is going to run from Pretoria to Durban without any stops and goes, my lord. But as things are now, I can tell this court, my lord, from the solitude of my conscience, that we are yet expecting another surprise in terms of new evidence that is going to come up from somewhere, and that is going to necessitate this stop and go issue, my lord, which I say in the main is prejudicing the manner in which we are couching the defense on behalf of our clients, my lord. I would therefore request, my lord, that the state should come up very openly and indicate whether are we yet supposed to, are we expecting yet another surprise in terms of new information that is going to come up from the investigation that is ongoing in this case, my lord. But then if that is the case, I would have no objection that the state come up openly with the court and say we're requesting for a very long postponement, so that we complete investigation in this case and then we take it from there, my lord. But as things are now, I'm afraid, my lord, the fair trial that these accused persons are supposed to be enjoying in terms of their constitution, my lord, is not seen to be happening in this trial. Thank you, my lord. And these are not casting of any aspersions,
Yes,
my lord.
Mr.
It's just an observation. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, I share the very same sentiments with my colleague in that the accused are not afforded the right to adequately prepare for their defense, which the conduct of the state is inconsistent with the provisions of Section 35, subsection 3B of the Constitution. In as far, my lord, as the Section 205, I had concerns about the Section 205 record, but the state has indicated that they will be furnished to us later. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Balui.
As you got please, my lord, perhaps two issues. I think it was very clear that one is making an assumption that in light of the fact that the statement is marked that it would have been supplied, but the fact of the matter is that it was supplied last week Monday, and I don't understand what the problem is now. Is it the late disclosure of the statement, or what the problem is at this stage, my lord? We've always been very candid and open with the defense. If they want more time to engage with any of the evidence that the state will be leading, we don't have a problem with that, my lord. But we went through the evidence of stain. There was reference to Section 205. There was no problem at that stage regarding the Section 205s. We disclosed the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Holmes regarding the analysis of the phones of accused 2 and 5. They requested more time, which was given to them at that stage to prepare. Now, today it would appear that they are raising another issue of Section 205s. My lord, in any trial, there's massive information at the beginning of the trial. Some of it might appear not to be relevant at that stage, but later on during the trial, it becomes relevant and focus. The defense, we must keep in mind that we didn't even know what the defense is going to be of the accused, and when a version is put to the witnesses, then it becomes clear what the version of the accused is, and that massive information that was accumulated at the beginning of the trial will then be looked at, my lord, and the relevant portions as is indicative from the version that is being put to the witnesses will then be analyzed. And that is the situation in this matter. If the defense was to say, listen, we need more time to look at these issues, we don't have a problem with that, my lord.
So this, what's the name of the Section 205 witness?
It's From
From
Vodacom.
Vodacom, yeah.
It's Miss Pinky.
It's Pinky?
Pinky, I'm just trying to
Okay.
look at surname. It's a very difficult one. But her first name is Pinky.
Is that the Indian lady?
Yes.
Yeah, I seem to recall her. She's appeared several times in my courts.
I'll give
So just
the
tell me,
surname.
when is she saying she'll be ready with the...
Well, when I communicated with her sometimes last week, she said from the 6th of
October?
October.
True?
But yeah, we're still waiting for the affidavit.
Yeah, okay, fine. Do you have any other witnesses besides...
Well, I indicated to my learned friends that we can call this witness who merely testifies about the confiscation of the cell phones. Yeah, the surname is, I'll spell it, is VYTHILJAM. Sorry, GAM.
Yeah,
Is Fidiligam.
yeah, fine.
I indicated to my learned friend that we can call the DNA expert who's available.
Is he around here?
He said he can be here at 2 o'clock. We can then proceed with, if we're not going to leave the evidence of Mohani, we can proceed with the DNA
Yeah.
analyst at 2.
Let's reassemble at 2. Unless, of course, you haven't supplied the DNA results to all the councils here. Have you been supplied with the DNA tests and results?
DNA results, we have them, man. They're just neutral, they don't say
Have you
anything.
been supplied with the DNA results?
Yes, I confirm.
Mr.
Thank you.
Trolo?
Yes, I confirm, my lord.
Okay, 2 o'clock. Then we'll listen to the evidence of the DNA.
I want it,
amended as follows. I, number 054297222, I'm a captain in the South African Police Service at the biology section of the Forensic Science Laboratory with the address as 730 Pretoria Street, Arcadia, and my email address is masitaphineas.
Yes, that's fine. You can continue after that, after the telephone number.
I'm a senior forensic analyst and a reporting officer, and I'm in service of the state.
Lana-ke imininingwane yakhe-ke Mr. Masitla chaza-ke ukuthi uyasho-ke phansi kwalama section abhaliwe-ke lana awu-212 nenamba yakhe-ke yesiphoyisa u-10 emaphoyiseni futhi-ke usebenza-ke kuyona-ke isection ye-biology science laboratory ne-address yakhona-ke nokuthi forensic analyst, senior forensic analyst emaphoyiseni kuyona-ke leyo isection ye-biology futhi isebenzela umbuso.
Yes, you can go ahead. Paragraph 2.1.
I'm in possession of a BSc degree majoring in physiology and zoology. I'm also in possession of a BSc honors degree in aquaculture majoring in genetics. These qualifications were obtained at the University of the North. Included as part of the above mentioned courses is molecular and cellular biology, which is relevant to DNA. I was attached to the biology section of the Forensic Science Laboratory from March 2002 until May 2007. I then rejoined the biology section of the Forensic Science Laboratory in April 2013.
Just a minute. Yes. What happened between 2007 and 2013? After you've left the Forensic Science Laboratory?
I went and joined the Department of Agriculture as an assistant director and working as an agricultural food and quarantine technician.
Uma sengisukileke noma ngalesikhathi ngithi-ke ngasebenza from 2002 kwaze kwayoshaya u-2007 ila ngahamba khona-ke ngayosebenza kuyona-ke i-Department ye-Agriculture. Phezulu-ke ushilo ukuthi-ke imfundo ayiphothula yona-ke i-BSc degree kwi-physiology kanye ne-zoology kanye futhi-ke nayo i-BSc honors degree kwi-aquaculture esebenza-ke ngawo ama-genetics kanye futhi kulezo ifundeke zaphothulwa zatholakala kuyona-ke i-University yase-North. Phakathi kwazo-ke kukhona abakubiza ngokuthi kusebenza ngayo i-molecular kanye ne-cellular i-biology, zona-ke ezimayelana noma ey'phathelene nayo i-DNA noma-ke ulibofuzo. Ngisebenzile kuyona-ke i-section ye-biology yayo i-Forensic Science Laboratory kusuka ngoMarch ka-2002 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke uMeyi ka-2007. Ngase ngibuyela futhi-ke noma ngabuyela futhi kuyona-ke i-section leyo ye-biology ne-forensic ngayo April ka-2013.
And your qualifications as mentioned in paragraph 2.1, when did you obtain them?
I obtained the BSc degree in 2000, the year 2000.
Eyokuqala-ke noma-ke i-BSc yona-ke i-degree ngayithola ngonyaka ka-2000.
And the honors degree in the year 2001.
Kwase kuthi yona-ke i-honors degree ngayithola ngo-2001.
Yes, you may proceed.
I've undergone in-house training within the Forensic Science Laboratory with reference to opening of parcels containing biological evidential material, the preliminary testing for body fluids thereof, and the DNA techniques which have offered knowledge and skills for forensic biological analysis.
Ngitholile-ke noma ngike ngathola-ke uqeqesho lwangaphakathi-ke ngayo kuyona-ke i-Forensic Science Laboratory ngokumayelana-ke nokuvulwa-ke kwamaphasela anobufakazi-ke be-biology kanye futhi-ke nokuthestwa-ke kwama-fluids omzimba kanye futhi-ke nama-techniques noma iy'ndlela-ke zayo i-DNA noma-ke ulibofuzo ehambiselana-ke nalo-ke ulwazi kanye futhi-ke nekhono layo i-forensic biology noma ukuhlaziywa noma uku-analyzwa kwayo.
And when did you undergo that training?
The training, it started when I joined the Forensic Science Laboratory in 2002.
Yes. Leyo training leyo ke iqale uma sengiqala ke lana ku-forensic science laboratory ngo-2002.
Yes.
And then it was a continuous training with up until 2006. Is then that by then I finished all the training at the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Bekuyiqeqesho ke eluqhubekayo ke kwaze kwaba kwashaya u-2006 ila engaqeda khona ke ngawo wonke ama-trainings ke ayo i-forensic science laboratory.
Paragraph 2.3.
I have approximately 25 years experience in the biological sciences.
Wona ke lo msebenzi ophathelene nama-biology neminyaka ke ngathi ewu-25 isipiliyoni iwenza.
Captain, can you just briefly explain what is DNA?
My lord, DNA is a scientific term which means deoxyribonucleic acid.
Ithemu ke leyo ephathelene ke noma ke yesayensi ke iyona iminingi iyona le ayichazile
Ribonucleic acid.
ribonucleic acid kusho u-DNA umele lo noma usho lo.
DNA is found in the cells throughout the body.
Etholakala futhi ke kumzimba wonke noma ke kuma cells kumzimba wonke.
So DNA is a building block that builds an individual.
Ikona ke noma iyona ke eyakha umuntu.
The DNA of an individual is the same throughout the body.
Futhi ke eyomuntu iyafana umzimba wonke.
So the DNA from the blood, the DNA from the semen, the DNA from the hair root, or any part of an individual's body is the same.
Noma kukuyiphi ingxenye yomzimba wakho angeke yahluke iyafana.
So that's why we are able to use DNA, because we know that the DNA of an individual is the same. If a person, or in terms of crime, in terms of rape, if a person raped a female, we are able to use the DNA that from the semen that was taken from the female and the DNA that was taken from the suspect. It can be buccal, it can be blood, and we are able to compare those two DNAs from different parts of the body, different fluids, because we know that if they are coming from the same individual, they will then be the same.
Ingakho ke uma uthola ke uzothola la kunokuleke sikhona ke kumacala ke okudlulwa noma ke awe rape siyakwazi ukuthi siqhathanise lokho esikutholile noma i-DNA etholakele kowesifazane nakulowo ongumsolwa ke ususpect ukuthi ke noma kukuyiphi ipart yomzimba sihlanganiseke noma siqhathanise sitholeke imiphumela ngoba siyazi ukuthi noma yiphi ipart yomzimba wakho kodwa yona i-DNA angeke ihluke.
And how does an individual get DNA?
An individual gets his or her DNA from both parents.
Uyithola ke i-DNA kubazali bakho bobabili.
Half of your DNA will be from the mother, and then the other half will then be from the father.
Ingxenye kuzoba yikama, enye ingxenye kubese kuba yikababa.
And how is that expressed in scientific terms?
So you always hear that we have 46 chromosomes, and half of those chromosomes will be from the mother, and then the other half will then be from the father.
Sihlala sizwa ke ukuthi ke kunaloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama-chromosomes ukuthi umuntu unama awu-46. Ingxenye ke yaleyo 46 ekababa bese kuthi ingxenye kube ekamama.
So in other words, 23 chromosomes will be
from the mother, and then the other will then be from the father.
Kusho ukuthi ke u-23 ekamama bese kuthi ke onye ke kube ekababa.
And what do your duties entail at the biology section of the Forensic Science Laboratory?
I'm a senior forensic analyst and a reporting officer.
please.
Umsebenzi wami ke ukuthi ngi-analyst ke noma i-senior forensic analyst kanye futhi ke ne-reporting officer.
Yes, what does that entail?
Basically, I'm responsible for analyzing the DNA results.
Okwami ke ukuthi ke bese ngihlola ke imiphumela ye-DNA
In terms of doing the interpretation of the DNA results.
ukuthi ke ngichaze ke ukuthi ke imiphumela leyo isho ukuthini.
So, where I will then do what we call a DNA comparison.
Ila engizothi ngenze khona ke ukuqhathaniswa kwalo kulibofuzo.
So I will then have, in a case like this one, I will have the DNA from the exhibits.
Uma sikhuluma ngaleli ke icala ngizoba nayo ke banalo libofuzo ubufakazi noma ingxenye zobufakazi ama exhibit
from the scene
la indawo yesigameko,
and then they also have the DNA results from the reference samples.
kanye futhi ke nama result noma imiphumela ke yama sample.
Can you just explain what is a reference sample?
The reference samples are the samples that are taken from the suspects or the accused individual. So those are reference sample when I'm talking about specifically for this case. But a reference sample can be a sample of a known individual. So if they take a sample from a known individual, we can use it as a reference sample.
Masikhuluma ngawo ke ama reference sample kuleli ke icala sizokhuluma ke ngaloko okuthathwe kubona ke asithi ke abamangalela noma ke abasolwa ke kodwa uma kuukuthi ke kudonswe noma kuthathwe kumuntu owaziwayo ke naleyo ke izotholakala nayo ke izosetshenziswa.
Can you explain the process when a sample is sent to the biology section at the forensic science laboratory? What is the process that is followed?
So, my lord, the process is that an investigating officer will come to the lab to bring the exhibits. They can either be the exhibits from the scene or the reference samples.
Okwenzekayo ke noma kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi ke ama sample nobufakazi bulethwe ke elab ukuthi ke loyo ke ophenya icala uzoletha ke ubufakazi lobo ke asitholakale ke kwisini leyo noma ke lokho okutholakale asithi ke umuntu.
So we have a dedicated staff at the forensic science laboratory who are working at the reception, who will then receive those particular exhibits, taking into consideration our standard operating procedures in terms of looking whether the exhibits are sealed, whether is there the correspondence or the covering minutes correspond with what is written on the exhibit. So those are the checks that we do before we can receive those particular exhibits.
Sinabantu ke abasebenza khona ke la engena khona ke area lena ebizwa ukuthi kuse reception bona ke abazobheka ke noma bazokwenza isiqiniseko ke sokuthi uma khona lokho okubhalwe phansi ke incwadi noma kuthiwa i-covering letter iyahambelana yini iyakusho lokho okubonakalayo lapha yana futhi ke nokuthi ama exhibits lawo avaliwe noma cha.
So when in that case everything is okay, all the requirements are met, we will then receive that particular exhibit and the docket, like this file, will then be opened and then given a specific lab number.
Kuzothi ke uma sithola ukuthi konke ke kukahle ke ila khona ke lawo ma exhibits azokwamukelwa ke bese ke i-file efana nalena ke ezovula inikezwe ke inamba yase lab.
So that will take place at the reception, and then thereafter the exhibits they will then be given to an analyst who will do what we call a preliminary analysis.
Konke ke lokho kwenziwa ke kule area ke yase reception bese kuthi kuzodluliselwa ke kwi-analyst yena ke ozokwenza ke ukuthi ke aqale ke ukuthi enze ke umsebenzi noma ke enza ama-analysis bizwa ukuthi i-preliminary.
Can you explain what is preliminary analysis?
Yes, my lord, what then happened is the analyst who's doing preliminary analysis will get an empty docket and a bag, for instance, with a head inside. So what he will then do, he will then take that particular bag, cut out the seals, and paste them in the docket, and thereafter remove the head.
Okuzokwenzeka ke lana ukuthi uma eqala ke uzothola ke asithi mhlambe ke noma ke ifile njena ke empty ke kanye futhi ke nesikhwama ke asithi leso sikhwama leso sinesigqoko ngaphakathi ke ubezo usozobe asika ke lawo ma asil lawo ke awabeke ke noma aplace kulona ke idokote lelo.
So basically in that stage we are compiling a docket.
Kuleso stage ke ila esihlanganisa khona ke idokoto.
So when after opening that particular exhibit, the exhibit will then be tested for preliminary whether the exhibit has blood on it in this case, and then we are using what we call a preliminary analysis. That's where you are testing for blood.
Lana ke noma ke kuleyo leso sigaba ke ila ekubhekwa khona ke ukuthi leyo exhibit leyo ukuthi mhlambe ke inegazi yini.
And how do you test for the presence of blood?
So we have a chemical that we use just to give us an indication on whether that exhibit has blood or not. So what you do, you go into a dark room and then you spray that we use that particular chemical and spray the exhibit. If it illuminates, you will know that there is a possibility that on this particular head there is blood.
Okuzokwenzeka ke uzoyenza ke kwikamera ke elimnyama noma ke elidark ke yila uzospraya khona ke leyo chemical leyo ke uma sewukuthi ke kunendlela ke ethangayo ke yila esokutshela khona ke ukuthi kungenzeka ke ukuthi kuleyo exhibit leyo kunegazi.
So if there is no illumination, it means we don't go any further with that particular exhibit to do the DNA on the blood part. So we won't do DNA on the blood if the preliminary analysis are negative.
Uma kuukuthi ke uyabona ukuthi akukho okwenzekayo noma ke leyo test leyo ke i-negative angeke sibe saqhubeka ke ngolikofuzo kuhlangothi lwegazi.
So the preliminary analysis basically it helps us to, because the DNA is expensive, we are just using it as the first test to give us a go ahead whether we should go ahead doing the DNA or not.
I-test ke nje esikhombayo ke ukuthi singaqhubeka yini ngayo noma cha.
So when in terms of that preliminary analysis, if they are positive, like I said, then that particular exhibit where it is positive, it will be drawn and we draw a sketch of that particular exhibit and show and indicate where the blood is, where possible blood is on that particular.
Uma kuukuthi ke imiphumela ke ikhomba ke ukuthi positive yila esenza khona noma ke esilowa khona ke sketch ke la esibese siyakhomba khona ukuthi ikuphi nendawo yona ke le exhibit la ekunegazi khona.
So the part of where then that particular, if it's negative, we don't even draw it, we'll just dispatch it back to say the exhibit is negative, and then we won't do DNA analysis in terms of blood.
Uma kuukuthi ke imiphumela ke negative asingeke sibe sadrowa ke ila esizoyibuyisela khona ke sibese siyasho ke ukuthi ke imiphumela negative asingeke siyenzeke i-DNA mayela negazi.
So other preliminary tests that we are also doing is where you check for the hair on the exhibit. So you will then physically look for the hair on, for instance, on the head. You will physically look whether you can find the hair
on that particular exhibit.
Okunye futhi ke ubheka ke inwele yila ubheka ke noma usubuka khona ukuthi uyayibona yini inwele bona ke ufakazi lobo noma kusigqoko leso.
And also, we also check for epithelial cells, which is normally they call it sweat. So if, for instance, the exhibit is unknown, so it's not taken from anyone that we know, so we'll then have to cut out the sweat. We don't have to test it, we cut it out where we believe there is sweat on that particular exhibit.
Bese kuthi ke uma asithi ke ufakazi lobo kubuya ke noma kusuka ke la mhlambe ke umuntu ke ongaziwa noma la kungaziwa ke khona ke uma usibheka lokuthiwa ukujuluka khona ke kuyasikwa.
So yes.
Now what follows if a sample is positive?
So for the sweat, as I said, my lord, we don't test. We just either we swab, like if it's a head, we swab the area of the head inside where we know that those epithelial cells or the sweat, we swap it so that we can take that particular sample to the DNA process without testing it.
Nanjengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ke kujuluka obhekwayo ke akutestwa ke kodwa ke kwenziwa lokho kubizwa ukuthi ke swab la la khona ke ujuluka ke kuba khona.
So you swap on the actual head where you know that on that particular exhibit, that is where the sweat, you can find the sweat from that particular person who wear that particular exhibit.
Ukuthi ke kuleyo ndawo ke leucabangayo noma wazi ke khona ke ukuthi uma umuntu isigqoko leso esithwele ke ikuphi la engajuluka khona ke yila iswap yenziwa khona.
And normally where would it be on a head?
The inside part of the head, where like when you wear a head, where it stays on your head. So that whole inside of the head of the head, you then swap around it so that you are able to concentrate the swab, and that particular swab you will put it into the file and then it will go for DNA analysis straight away.
Ila khona ke uma isigqoko usithwele la ngaphakathi ke lengxenye lena ehlala khona ke la ekhanda ila iswap ezokwenziwa khona ke bese futhi ke emuva kwalokho ke iyahanjiswa ke ila ezohlolwa khona ke ehlolela yona ke iDNA.
So the preliminary analysis is basically where you are testing. It's when you are doing for other exhibits will be like if you are doing for semen, you will then have another chemical where you are checking for semen if the case is a rape case as well.
Uma kuukuthi ke sikhuluma ke ngalo ke icala ke lokudlula ke futhi ke okubhekwayo ke lana manje sekubhekwa yona ke isemen yenye ke ichemical ezosetshenziswa la.
So when the preliminary analysis are done, the positive samples and the epithelial cell sample or the sweat samples will then be cut into smaller pieces so that they can go into the DNA analysis system.
Uma kuukuthi ke imiphumela ke ipositive lawo masampuli ke kanye futhi nawo ke amasampuli ke ejuluka ke azosikwa ke abese ke afakwa ke la azothi khona ke ayongena ke ukuhlola ke noma ke ku-analysis yayo ke iDNA.
So that is where we call it the sample, where we are submitting the sample into the DNA analysis.
Ila khona ke amasampuli manje ase efakwa ke noma endluliselwa ke kuyona ke manje ke noma ke i-analysis yayo ke iDNA.
So at this stage, my lord, we no longer have a bag or there is just a file with smaller items inside like this one. Basically, we reduce the whole exhibit into this smaller nyana file, and the rest of the exhibit will then be dispatched back to the police station.
Lapho ke manje asisenaso ke isikhwama ke manje sekusebenza ke le file ke la khona ke lama exhibits asefaka khona ke okunye ke kona ke bese kundlula ubuyisela khona ke e police station.
So
when the DNA process starts at extraction, so I'm moving from preliminary analysis to the DNA analysis system.
Yes.
So the DNA analysis system starts with extraction, where that particular exhibit, the DNA is extracted from it. So you are removing DNA from the exhibit.
Manje ke bese kuba lapho na ke manje ulibo futhi noma iDNA lena ke manje isiyakhishwa ke manje noma iyathathwa ke kuyona ke ngani ufakazi noma exhibit.
So there are chemicals that are used in terms of extracting the DNA from that particular sample.
Khona ke nalapho ke ama chemicals asetshenziswayo ke ukwenza khona lokho.
So after the extractions has been done, so you will then go to another step which is called the PCR.
Bese sindlulela ke manje kokunye ke noma istep ke sibiza ngokuthi PCR.
Can you explain what is PCR?
PCR is just in short is short for polymerase chain reaction. PCR is where we target specific regions of the DNA.
Manje ke le processing noma yona ke leyo iPCR leyo ke ila manje esekubheka ke ingxenye ethize ke zayo iDNA.
So from that extract of the DNA, we are going to target specific part of the DNA that we know that those particular regions of the DNA is the one that are going to be used to identify individuals.
Lawo maphathi ke lawo ke manje esekubhekwe noma egxekwe kuwona ke iwona ke esaziyo ke ukuthi iwona azosetshenziswa ekuthini ke ukhonjwe noma ke ihlanganiswe ke lo DNA leyo kanye nomuntu.
What do you call those specific regions of the DNA?
You will see when I'm coming to my report, they are the names of the specific regions of the DNA. They are in the report. When I go to them, then I will basically be able to show you what I meant about the specific regions of the DNA.
Mase ngena kuwona ke umbiko wami la ngizochaza khona ke kabanzi ke ngawona ke lawo ma regions lawo.
So after the PCR is done, we do what we call electrophoresis, where is basically that samples goes through a gel medium, and that's where, like, the electrophoresis is basically going for separation of those particular regions.
Manje ke bese kuthi kuhlukaniswa ke lawo ma regions athile ke noma ke la setshenziswa khona ke igel medium ukuthi ase ayahlukaniswa ke lawo ma regions athile.
So after the electrophoresis, we do what we call a gene mapper. That is another process that is done.
Bese ba nenye futhi ke iprocess eyenziwayo ke ebibuzwa ngokuthi i-gene mapper.
What does gene mapper entail?
The gene mapper is where you are then checking the results after the electrophoresis. Then you will have the DNA results that goes into a gene mapper, where the gene mapper analyze the DNA results.
Ila usubheka khona ke imiphumela ke bese kuthi yona ke i-gene mapper leyo ise manje ihlola ke yona imiphumela yona ke ye-DNA.
So when you analyze the DNA samples, you analyze them with the positive and the negative controls.
Uma ke use uwahlola ke lawo ma results noma leyo miphumela ke uwahlola ke ngayo i-negative kanye nayo ke i-positive control.
So the samples, when they are analyzed, they go together with those particular controls, so that when the gene mapper check the quality of the results, he will then first check whether whether on the positive control is there a result, because you are expecting to get a result on the positive control.
Bese kuthi uma yona ke i-gene mapper isibheka ke imiphumela leyo izobheka ke ukuthi ikhona yini ke positive ekhona ke.
So when the result shows that the positive control has the result, it means the system has worked.
Uma isitshengisake ukuthi ke kune positive control ekhona kusho lokho ukuthi ke inqubo ke noma isystem isebenzile.
Because you know the results, you are expecting the results on the positive control, and if there are results, it means everything went well.
Ngoba ke ulindeleke imiphumela ke uma kuno positive manje ke uma ke positive control le isiphumeleke uyazi ke ukuthi konke ke hambe ngendlela noma kahle.
However, if there are no results in the positive control, it means something went wrong, so you will have to redo the whole samples.
Kodwa ke uma kuwukuthi kuyona ipositive control leyo akunamiphumela evelayo noma ke etshengiswayo kusho ukuthi ke khona ke ungahambanga kahle fanele konke ke use manje uqala phansi.
The other control that is checked at GeneMapper is the negative control.
Okunye futhi ke obhekwayo kuyona ke iGeneMapper i-negative control.
So a negative control is just like water. So there is no sample in it, it's just water. When the results come out, you expect not to get any result.
Kuyafana nje na ke namanzi ke awulindeleke ukuthi uthole lutho uma nje une negative control uyazi ukuthi ayikho imiphumela oyilindele.
So when you analyze that particular negative control, if there are no result, it means there is no contamination.
Uma ke ubheka noma ukuhlola ke lokho bese futhi ke uanalyze ke leyo negative control uthola ke uma ngekho imiphumela ke kusho ukuthi ke akukho ukuphazamiseka okuye kwaba khona.
Should the negative control have results, it means at some point there was contamination.
Uma kuwukuthi leyo negative control inemiphumela enayo kusho ukuthi kukhona nje la khona ke okukhona okwenzakele.
So when the negative control have results, it means the whole samples that were run with those particular controls, they will then fail.
Kusho ukuthi ke uma kunemiphumela lawo ma samples onke lawo enziwe naleyo negative control kusho ukuthi ke onke ke afail.
So that is where the GeneMapper does. He does the quality checks on the results, and then those results will then be loaded into the system or the database where I can come in and be able to use those results because they have been verified to be correct results.
Ila iGeneMapper ingena khona noma ekwenzayo ke khona lapho ke ukuthi nje yenzeke isiqiniseko semiphumela leyo ke bese ukuthi yila mina ke engena khona ke ngiyona ke lokho okusho ukuthi ke imiphumela leyo ke esikhona ke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke yebo leyo miphumela leyo ibhekiwe ke base kwenza isiqinisekiso ngayo.
If you say the results are loaded on a system, which system are you referring to?
So the results will be loaded on the DNA database, where if everything passed, then those results will go and then will be accessible to me and everyone to be able to use to do the DNA comparison.
Ila bese kuzondluliselwa khona ke kwisystem ke yona ke ye-DNA ekuzokuthi ke mina ke engizokwazi ukuthi ngiyibone kanye nomunye ke ekuzokwazi ukuthi manje ke senzeke uanalyze noma ke ukuhlolwa kwayo ke i-DNA leyo.
And what does the DNA comparison entail?
So the DNA comparison, my lord, is when you have a docket like this one, where you take out the results of the specific samples in your case, and then you take for the samples from the scene and also sample from the reference from the suspect, which is called reference samples.
Lana ke uthatha ke manje ke amasampulu ke la asuka kusini nalana ke asithi mhlambe ke awakhe ke umsola uma sekuwukuthi ke kunemiphumela ke manje etholakele noma ekhona la uzoqhathanisa khona.
So you take those two samples and then you do what we call a match, whether they match or they are not matching.
Yila usuqhathanisa uboneke khona ukuthi kuyahlangana noma kuhlangana.
So they can either match or B, a non-match, which is an exclusion.
Kungenzeka ukuthi kuyahlangana noma ke cha akukho nje ukuhlangana okukhona.
Yes.
So, in terms of the results, my lord, the results that you can get after or when the DNA is done, you can either get a single donor DNA profile.
Uma kuya ke ngokwemiphumela ke etholakalayo uyakwazi ke ukuthola ke okubizwa ngokuthi ke i-single donor profile.
So, like for instance, the reference sample, you are going to get a DNA that is from one individual, that is a single donor DNA profile.
Ila khona ke ozothola ke masithi ke kwisample leyo etholakeleke ukuthi ke isample leyo kusho nje ukuthi ke ibuya kumuntu oyedwa.
You can also get a DNA that is called a mixture DNA profile.
Kube nala ukhona uthola khona ke okuhlanganeke noma ukuthi ke lana ke kuhlangeneke noma iprofile leyo ihlangene.
So a mixture DNA profile, my lord, is a DNA that is donated by more than one person.
Lokho ke kukutshela ukuthi ke leyo profile leyo ke akusiyona ke yomuntu oyedwa kodwa ke umuntu nje ungathi ke ungaphezulu koyedwa.
So those are the results that you can get when the samples are analyzed.
Yileyo ke imiphumela ongayithola uma ke sekusetshenzwa ngayo ke ama sample lawo ebhekwa.
Now, what do you do after those results? After the results have been obtained?
So what I do is I do what we call DNA comparison.
Bese ngenza lokho ukuthi ke uqhathaniswa kwalo ke ulibofuzo.
So as I said, my lord, is where I do whether check for a match or a non-match.
Ila engibheka khona ke ukuthi kuyahlangana noma akuhlangani yini.
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes, and how do you reflect those results? Well, where do you reflect them?
So, in terms of, I will then compile a DNA report to then tabulate the results and showing you the results as from those particular exhibits from the scene and the exhibit from the reference samples.
Ila khona ke engizokwenza ke manje lo mbiko ke la engizokutshengisa khona ke mayelana nemiphumela ke noma ama results lawo kulawo abuya kulawo ma sample.
Thank you. Now, thank you for that background. Can I then ask you to turn to Exhibit X11? Just identify that exhibit.
Yes, this is a letter, we call it SAP 21, that was written by myself.
Lena ke incwadi ke noma iletha esibiza ke ngokusemaphoyiseni ukuthi i-SAP 21 eyabhalwa yimina.
The date?
The date is 2019-04-04.
Nge-4 zika-April 2019.
Yes.
So basically this, my lord, is just an overall. I was just doing my, for investigation, we were doing the, when I was doing the investigation, I then compiled what I got from all those particular exhibits.
Lana ke imangene sengenza ke uphenyo lami la ngifake khona ke konke lokhu engakuthola ke kulawo ma exhibits ahlukene.
Yes, in respect of which matter?
In respect of phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014.
Hlangeneke noma nokumayela ke necala ke elu-phosphorus case 636-10-2014.
Yes, and what is the lab number?
The lab number is 217731/14. And as well, that lap number is for exhibits from the scene.
Kunale lap number ke, liyona ke le lap number ile lap number yalama exhibits abuya ke kwiscene eku 2177310014.
And we also have the lap number specifically for the reference samples, which is 126225/16.
Bese kuthi ke sibe nale lap number ke yona ke ebuya yona ke eyama samples eku 12622516.
Yes, you can proceed by reading the exhibit's description and the results.
So, my lord, in this instance, is just to give you an overview as to the exhibits and the results that I got from those particular exhibits.
Lana ke ukuchaza noma ukufundela ke ama exhibits engawathola kanye nemiphumela ke yawo lawo ma exhibits lawo.
So, in the first one is the R and L is the right and left hand swaps. There were two swaps. One is the right hand swap and the other one is a left hand swap. And those swaps were taken from the deceased, and the DNA that I got from there, it matches the reference sample of the deceased.
Lana ke kuno right, kuno R, kuno L, bese kuthi ke hand swaps, kusho ukuthi ke isandla sakho sokudla kanye nesokumaleke kanye futhi ke nokuthi kwaku amasample kabani ke kwaku awakhe ke umufi asokuthi ukuthi ke ahlangana ke noma imiphumela ethi ke yebo impela ke awakhe umufi.
There against the results you mentioned it was FP matched the deceased. Can you just explain what is FP?
FP, I meant that is the full profile result, which means it's a single donor DNA profile.
Lana ke FP uchaza ke ukuthi profile ephelele noma ke full profile futhi ke I single donor profile ukuthi ke kubuya kumuntu oyedwa.
Yes. Next exhibit.
The next exhibit is the door handle swap. On that swap is a touch DNA. So on that particular swap. So that particular door handle swap, what I look at is the epithelial or the touch DNA, and then that touch DNA included G. Kumalo.
Lana ke sikhuluma ke ngehandle ke yesicabha noma yawo ke umnyango lana ke ukuthi ke ila ubamba khona ke ubheka ke ukujuluka ke noma ke lokho kubiza ukuthi ke I-touch DNA iyona ke eyayifaka phakathi ke u-G Kumalo.
Is there an indication of as to from which door handle in the house was that swap taken?
The indication I can check for that, but it's room 1.
Ukuthi ke isiphi ke isicabha phakathi ke endlini ngabheka lokho kodwa ke uma kuchaza noma kwakubhalwe room 1.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then the other swap as well is the second swap, also from the door handle.
Yes, of which room?
The door handle. Also there is touch DNA, and then that touch DNA as well included Miss G. Kumalo as well.
Bese kuthi futhi ke nakwesinye ke noma ke kwenye ke ihandle yesicabha khona ke endlini nayo ke ila ebanjwa khona ke noma lokho kubizwa ukuthi I-touch DNA nayo ke eyafaka uG Kumalo.
Is the door handle of which room?
I can verify as well this one, which room is it, but yeah, let me, I can always check which room it is.
Thank you.
Ukuthi ke iliphi ke ikamera ke ngabheka ke lokho.
Yes.
And then I have a blood swap. That blood swap was taken from next to the TV stand.
Bese kuthi ke kuba ke neswap ke noma ke igazi ke lona ke elatholakala ke eduze nestand se-TV.
The swap number?
That is swap number 3.
Swap 3 lowo.
Yes.
So that blood that was taken from the TV stand included the deceased.
Lelo gazi lelo ke elatholakala ke eduze ne-TV stand lalifaka phakathi ke umufi.
And the fourth swap as well, it was also taken next to the TV stand.
Kanye ne-swap ke swap 4 nayo ke yegazi nayo ke eyatholakala eduze ne-TV stand.
So that particular swap as well included, that blood included the deceased.
Lelo gazi lelo ke ahlanganisa ke umufi.
And then we have the blood swap on the kitchen wall. Yeah. Number 5 is the blood swap on the kitchen wall tile.
Bese kuthi ke blood swap 5 yena ke owatholakala ke bonda ke lase kitchen.
So on that particular swap, we didn't get enough DNA.
Kuyona ke leyo ke iswap leyo ke akuzange kutholakala ulibofuzo noma iDNA eyanele.
So when we say not enough DNA, it means there wasn't DNA enough to give us a DNA profile. So it's basically negative in terms of saying you can't use it because that profile is so little that you can't use it to compare it with anything else.
Leyo profile okusho ukuthi ke lo profile yayincane ukuthi ke ungayiqhathanisa kukhona nje ungayithi uyisebenzise noma uyiqhathanise nabo.
And then we also have blood swap number 6, and as well is from the kitchen wall as well. So that particular blood included the deceased.
Bese kuthi futhi ke blood swap 6 ke nayo ke owatholakala ekitchen ahlanganisa ke noma ke ufaka umufi.
And as we continue, we go to the swap 7. Swap 7 is the swap that was taken from the toilet handle. That is the toilet handle swap.
Bese kuthi siya ke kuyena ke uswap 7 yena ke I-handle ke yase toilet.
So I got a female DNA, but it didn't include any of the females that I had as reference samples.
Leyo ke yona ke imiphumela ke yase ke ikhomba ke kumuntu wesifazane ke kodwa ke ingakhombi ke kulaba engangenabo noma engangenama sample abo besifazane.
And then swap 8 is also a toilet handle swap, and then also that particular swap is a female DNA and included G. Kumalo.
Bese kuthi ke uswap 8 naye ke swap ke eyase toilet ke yona ke atholakala ulibofusi noma iDNA yomuntu wesifazane eyafaka ke uG. Kumalo.
And then the swap 10 is the swap that was taken.
Swap 9.
Swap 9 is the swap that was taken from the bedroom 3. On that swap 9, not enough DNA was obtained.
Bese kuthi ke kuba no swap 9 yena ke wathathwa ke ku bedroom noma ke ikamera lesithathu noma ke u bedroom 3 lapho ke imiphumela ithi ke kwakungena DNA eyanele.
So that particular, it means it's negative because we can't use it, that particular, there is not enough DNA to give us a DNA profile.
Kusho ke ukuthi ke negative akuna DNA eyanele ukuthi ke isingasinikeza ke iprofile yayo iDNA noma ingasinikeza lokho esingasebenza ngakho.
And then the other swap, which is swap 10, that was taken from bedroom 3, also gave us not enough DNA.
Bese kuthi ke uswap 10 naye ke owathathwa ke ku bedroom 3 naye ke akasinikezanga iDNA eyanele.
And then we also have swap 11 that was taken from the Smirnoff can.
Sibese siba nayo ke uswap 11 yena ke owathathwa ke kwikani leSmirnov.
And then that particular profile, it's a single donor profile and it matches Z Khumalo.
Nalapho ke kube ke isingle donor profile ukuthi okushoyo ukuthi ke iqhamuka kumuntu oyedwa bese kuthi ke image noma ke iphuma ke imphumela ethi ke ihlanganisa ke uZ Khumalo.
And then we also have swap 12 from Heineken, and then that particular swap included the deceased.
Bese siba ke naye ke uswap 12 iHeineken yona ke ihlanganisa ke umufi.
So those particular swap from the bottles is the ones that you swap where the person drinks. Is then that you will know who was handling that particular exhibit.
Lana ke ila ephuzwa khona ke noma ila maswap lana ke ebesetshenziswa ke ukuthi ke uswapa la noma ke usebenza la khona ke umuntu aphuza khona ikona ke ekuzokutshela ukuthi ubani ke ebephethe noma lokho noma esebenzisa khona.
And then there is a Scotch hat.
Bese kuba ke nesigqoko noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke iScotch hat.
And then on that particular Scotch hat that was found on the scene, that particular Scotch hat exclude the suspect.
Bese kuthi ke kuleso Scotch hat noma leso sigqoko leso ke esatholakala kuyona ke indawo yesigameko siyabakhipha ke noma siyabakhipha asibahlanganisi abasolwa.
And then
did you compile a report in respect of this Scotch hat?
Yes,
the results on the Scotch hat.
Yes, I did, madam.
Khona ke umbiko ngwenzileke mayela ke naso leso sigqoko leso.
Yes, we'll get back that to that later. Yes, you can proceed.
And another exhibit was the jacket that was taken from Mbata.
Bese kuba ke futhi ne jacket eyatholakala noma eyathathwa kuMbatha.
And then that DNA on the jacket included Mbata as well.
Leyo DNA leyo ke eyatholakala kuyona ke ijacket iyamhlanganisa ke naye uMbatha.
And then you also have a jacket that there was a hair that was lifted from the jacket. That is the hair. And then on the hair, we didn't get any DNA, so there was no DNA.
Wakunenwele ke ezatholakala kuyona ke ijacket leyo kodwa ke kuzona ke inwele lezo ke akukho iDNA eyatholakala.
There were also crutches. On the crutches, there was not enough DNA.
Kukhona ke nama clutch ke induku lezi ke uma ke umuntu elimele kwakungena DNA eyanele.
So on those crutches, there was no DNA on them. So underneath is just the names of the individuals or suspect and the results as I had at the time.
Lana ke ngenzansi ke amagama ke noma ke abasolwa ke kanye futhi ke nemiphumela ke engibe ngaba nayo ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
So the first is Twala Mthokozisi, and then he's excluded on all the samples.
Uqala ke uThwala uMthokozisi akahlanganike noma ke akekho ke kuwo onke ama samples.
We also have Kelly Khumalo is also excluded on all the samples.
Bese kuthi kwesibili ke kuba uKelly Khumalo akekho ke kuona onke ke ama sample.
And then we also have Umadlala Tumelo also is excluded on all the samples.
Bese kulandela ke uMadlala uTumelo naye ke akekho ke kuona onke ama sample.
And then we have Longwe Twala also is excluded on all the samples.
Bese kuba ke uyena ke uLongwe uThwala naye ke kuona onke ke ama samples akekho noma ke akahlanganiswa ama sample onke.
We have Zandile Khumalo. Zandile Khumalo, as I said, is included on the Smirnov can.
Bese kuba ke noZandile Khumalo nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke watholakala ke kwiSmirnov noma ke kwikani leSmirnov.
The swap number?
Smirnov can is swap number 11.
Swap 11 lawo ke ikani leSmirnov kula bese ngafundile ngaphambilini.
Yes.
And then we also have Gladness Kumalo, who is included on the swap from the toilet handle.
Bese siba naye ke uGladness Khumalo yena ke kutholakele ke kwi-handle ke yase toilet.
And the swap number?
We have swap number 1 and number 1 and 2.
Below ke uswap number 1 kanye no 2.
We also have the deceased.
No, if you can look at paragraph 8 of your the report that you've just put on record, on paragraph 8, which swap number is that?
On paragraph 8.
Yeah, number 8. Under exhibit's description.
Yes.
Yes, what is the swap number?
That is swap number 8.
Yes. Now, if you go to what you've just placed on record under Gladness Khumalo, what is the correct swap number there?
Under Gladness Kumalo, this should include as well swap number 1 and 2, and also swap number 8 as well.
Lana ke kutholakala khona ke ukuthi uGladness ke yatholakala ke iswap yakhe ke etoilet handle yesixhapha sase toilet ke kufanele ukuthi ihlanganise ke u1 kanye no2 kanye naye ke uswap 8.
Yes.
And then the deceased is included on the swap 12, mouth of a Heineken can.
Bese kuthi ke base siya ke na ke umufi ke kutholakala ke ukuthi ke kuswap 12 that is ukusho ukuthi ke umlomo ke wayo ikani le Heineken.
And also included on the left and on the right and left hand swap.
Bese kutholakala futhi ke nabisandla sakwesokudla nabesokunxele kuwona ke lawo maswap lawo.
As well as the blood swap 3 and 4, which is floor next to the TV stand.
Bese kuthi ke igazi ke uswap 3 kanye no 4 phansi eduze nestand se TV.
Also on swap 6, kitchen tile wall.
Kanye ke naye ke uswap 6 okuthayela ke wasekhi noma ke obondeni ke ekitchen.
Yes, what follows under 8 up to 50 is not really important. Can you just go to number 22?
Number 22 is the suspect name is Mapisa Mtokozeni.
Lana ke number 22 kama ke lomsolo wakhe Mapisa Mtokozeni.
Mapisa Mtokozeni is excluded on all the samples.
Bese kuthi ke Mapisa Mtokozeni ke akakho ke noma ke akatholakala kahlangani ke nawo onke ke ama swap.
And then we also have number 23. 23 is Ntuli Fizokuhle.
Bese kuthi ke kuba number 23 uNtuli Fisokuhle.
And then is also excluded on all the samples.
Nakuthi ke akahlangani ke noma ke akekho ke kuwona onke ama samples.
And 37?
37 is MS Sibia, as well is excluded in all the samples.
Bese kuthi ke u37 uMSCB naye ke akekho ke kuwona onke ama samples.
Yes, you can then go to the table as appears on exhibit X12. It's on page 2 of exhibit X12. Yes, you can proceed.
My Lord, on this particular table is the table where the results, relevant results from the exhibits from the scene and the reference samples are then compared.
Ilana ke sekuqhathaniswa khona ke imiphumela ke kuona ke ama samples ayo ke isini kanye ke sekwenziwa manje ke ukuqhathanisa khona la.
So on this table, my lord, you will see the first column is written samples.
Uzobona ke lana ke kukhulunywa yokuqala ke kubhalwe ama sample.
So, like I said, the samples are those exhibits either from the scene or the reference samples.
Bese ngishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi kukhulunywa ngala atholakale ke kwindawo yesigameko noma ke lawo ke asithi mhlambe ke atholwe kumuntu noma kubantu abathize.
So, the first sample is written sample and then with an indication of 1, that is swap 1, and then it has the container number, which is 14DCAH8988, and it was contained in a bag, which is PA 400215017.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ke ngaphansi kwakhe ke usample kwase kubhalwa ke uswap kwase kubhalwa u1 ukuthi ke lo swap 1 leyo ke wayeke ku container ewu14 DCAH8988 leyo container leyo eyayingaphakathi ke kwesikhwama ke sokufakazi esine number ewu-PA 4002150107.
And where was this swap taken?
The swap is the swap 1, which was taken from the door handle.
Leyo swap ke ilena ke swap 1 kule eqeda ufundwa manje ke ekuyi handle ke yaso isiqala.
Yes, of which bedroom?
That is bedroom 1.
Kuyena ke bedroom 1.
Yes.
And the next exhibit is a head, which is exhibit B, and on that head, the DNA that is analyzed is presumable high friction area. In simple, is just the sweat.
Bese kuthi ke elandelayo ke bese kubhalwe lapha ke uhead B isigqoko ke ila ekuthi la khona ke okwakubhekwa ke lapho ukujuluka.
So that particular head was contained in a bag. That bag has a serial number or reference number PA 300788535.
Bese kuthi leso sigqoko ke sasingaphakathi ke kwesikhwama ke sokufakazi esine number ewu-PA 30788535.
So underneath, we will then go to the reference samples.
Na enzansi ke bese siya manje ke kuma sample ke noma ke lawo athathwe kubantu.
So the first reference sample is for the one for MZ Mapisa, and then the container number is 19DBAF 0198. And the bag number is PA 400463862.
Leyo sample leyo ke eyathathwa ke ku MZ Mapisa eyayi ngaphakathi ke kwi container ewu19 DBAF0198. Leyo container ingaphakathi ke kwesikhwama ke sokufakazi esine number ewu-PA 4004638062.
And the next reference sample is from a Pisa Toko Ziseni, and then that container is 13 DBAD 5906, and the bag number is PA 50021761171.
Landelayo ke isample eyathathwa ke babuye yapheke uMaphisa Mthokoziseni eyayikwi container number ewu13 DBAD 5906. Leyo container leyo ke ingaphakathi ke kwisikhwama sezobufakazi esine number ewu-PA 5002176171.
And the next is the reference sample of BS Ntanzi. That particular reference sample is contained in a container is 19 DBAN 1076 and the bag number is PA 40047187737.
Bese kuthi landelayo ke isample babuye yakhe ke uBS Ntanzi eyayikwi container enenumber ewu19 DBAN 1076 yona ke leyo container engaphakathi ke kwisikhwama sezobufakazi esinenumber ewu-PA 4004718737.
And the next reference sample is M Nube, and then the container is 20 DBAS 6469 and the bag number is PA 400493624.
Bese kuthi landelayo ke isample babuye yakhe ke uM Ncube eyayiku container inumber yaleyo container ewu20 DBAS 6469 ekuyisikhwama ke esinenumber ewu-PA 4004936249.
So, my lord, the samples continue to the next page, and then we have the reference sample of Ntuli Fizokuhle, and then his container was 13 DBAD 7184, and the bag number is PA 50021775590.
Bese kuthi landelayo ke isample babuye yakhe uNtuli Fisokuhle ekwi-container enenumber ewu-13 DBAD 7184 ekwi-bag ke ewu-PA 5002177590.
And then the last reference sample is from Sibia MS, and the container is 17 DBBG 2598, and the bag number is PA 400382747.
Bese kuthi ke landelayo ke isample babuye yakhe ke uSibiya MS ne container number ewu-17 DBBG 2598 kanye ke kanti ke inumber ke yesikhwama sobufakazi uPA 4003827407.
So, in terms of samples, we have 2 samples from the scene, and there are 5 reference samples.
Mayelana nawo ke amasample lana ke sinamasample amabili abayebuya ke wona ke kwindawo ke yesigameko kanye namasample awu5 bona ke wona ke athola nama athathwa ebantwini.
So, on the samples, when you go to the next column, you see the next column is written gender marker or amelogenin, which tells us the donor of that particular sample, whether that particular sample, if the donor is a male, it will be XY, and if it's a female, it will be XX.
Lana ke bese kuba nala khona ekubhalwe khona ke igender marker okushoyo ke noma okusichazelayo ke ukuthi ke umuphi lo muntu lona ke isample lena ethathwe kuyena ke uma kuumuntu wesilisa uzobhalwa ke uXY, uma kuumuntu wesifazane bese kubhalwa ke uXX.
So on the swab, if you look at the swab, you will see the swab has an XY.
Uma ubheka ke kuyona ke iswap uzoyibona ke iswap leyo ukuthi kubhaliwe ke XY.
However, what is important is to understand that on the swab, the DNA that was obtained is a mixture DNA profile.
Kodwa ke okubalekile ukuthi ke okutholakala noma okwatholakala ke kuyona ke iswap leyo ke kwakuyi profile ke eyayihlangahlangene noma ke mixture.
As well as on the head is XY, and the DNA as well there, it's a mixture DNA profile.
Kanye naso ke isigqoko ke uXY kodwa ke uma iprofile yakhona ke akusukuthi ke iprofile ekhomba ke umuntu othize kodwa ke kuyi mixture noma ke kuhlangene.
Can you just explain if you say it's a mixture in the context of gender marker, or what do you mean?
So, in the context of a gender marker, if you have XY, it means that particular mixture, it can be a mixture between a male and a male individual.
Lana ke uma ubheka ke ngikhuluma ngokuthi ke ihlangene ke iprofile yana ke uma ikunikeza ke uXY ungasho ke ukuthi ke ukuhlangana ke kuphakathi komuntu wesilisa kanye futhi nomunye futhi umuntu wesilisa.
Or in simple terms, it can be a mixture of more than one male individual.
Ma kwenza nje kalula ke ukuthi ke ngenzeka ke ukuthi nje akusiyena nje umuntu wesilisa oyedwa.
So, and as well, if you still have that XY, it can be a mixture of a male and a female individuals.
Noma futhi ke usenaye ke loyo XY loyo kodwa ngenzeka ke ukuthi ke imixture yakhe ke umuntu wesilisa kanye nomuntu wesimame.
So, when you look at the XY on a mixture DNA,
uma ubheka yena ke uXY la khona ke iDNA yakhona ke ihlangene noma iyimixture.
you must always remember that that XY, it doesn't mean that mixture is a only male individual mixture.
Lokho ke kungakuse ukuthi kuwena ke ngoba ke ku XY ukuthi leyo mixture etholakalayo lapho ke ukuthi ke umuntu wesilisa kuphela.
So in a mixture, so that X can represent an XX, which is a female.
Kuloya XY uX lo seqaleni ke use engaba inkomba ke ka XX okuwumuntu wesifazane,
or the XY that is from the male individual.
noma ke uXY obuya ke kumuntu wesilisa.
My Lord, as I said, on that particular swap, that was from the door, that was from the swap from the door handle. So that swap, I even mentioned that G. Kumalo was included in that particular swap.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke uma ubheka ke kuleya swap leyana ke ihandle yesicapha bese ngishilo ngaphambilini ke ukuthi ke naye ke uG Khumalo watholakala ke lapha yana ukuthi ke wabamba ke lapha kulesa sivalo lesiya noma kulesa sicapha.
But there you can see that we have XY, but also her DNA can also be found in that particular swap that was taken from the door handle.
Nanoma sinaye ke uXY lapha yana kodwa naye ke eyakhe iDNA yatholakala kusona lesa sicapha lesiya.
So the XY, like I said, can represent both a mixture that will have a male and males, or a mixture of males and females.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi uXY loyana kusengaba ke inhlanganisela noma imixture ke yayo ke umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane.
But when we talk about where I was speaking about gender amylogenin, where I'm talking about if it's a male, it's XY, if it's a female, it's XX, is when I talk about the single donor profiles.
Na la ke ngikhuluma khona ke ngithi ke uXY umuntu wesilisa, XX umuntu wesifazane, ila engikhuluma khona ke ngama profiles noma ke ngeprofile yomuntu oyedwa.
So if they take a sample from a female, any female, the results will come as XX.
Uma kuwukuthi bathatha ke amasampulu ke kumuntu wesifazane noma kuwumuntu umuntu wesifazane uma ke imiphumela ibuya izobuya ithi XX.
And when it's a male individual, then that particular sample will then be XY.
Uma kuwumuntu wesilisa leyo sample leyo ke izothi XY.
So if you look at all the reference samples from Mapisa to Sibia, all of them, they are XY because those reference samples were taken from male individuals.
Uma ubuka ke ukusuka kuyena ke umaphisa ukuyofika kuyena ke usibiya uzobona ke ukuthi uXY ngoba ke onke lawo masample lawo athathwa ke kubantu besilisa.
The last thing I want to address in terms of the mixtures is that if you get a mixture and the amylogenin or the gender marker is XX, but it's a mixture, it means only females can be read in that mixture.
Kodwa ke ngisakhuluma ngako ke uXX kanye noXY la uthola khona ke ukuthi kuyinhlanganisela noma kuyi mixture kodwa ke kuXX kusho ukuthi ke kuleyo mixture noma kuleyo kuhlangana lokho ke abantu besifazane kuphela.
So if a mixture has XY, it means you can read, it's possible to read males in that mixture and females in that mixture.
Kodwa ke uma ke imixture yakho ke ku XY kungenzeka ukuthi uma usureda noma usufunda ke lapho ukuthi ungahlanganisa ke umuntu wesilisa kanye futhi nomuntu wesifazane.
So if you have a mixture with XX, it means only females can be read in that mixture.
Kodwa ke uma kuukuthi mixture yakho ke uXX ukuthi nje abantu ke lapho ke ungabahlanganisa ke lapho abantu besifazane kuphela.
So my lord, I'm going to go to the bigger column. The bigger column is written STR loci.
Ngizoya ke manje kule column enkulu ke yona ke ebhalwe STR loci.
So these are the STR loci are the regions of the DNA that we look at in the forensics, that we know that when we look at these particular regions, we'll be able to identify individuals.
Lana ke indawo ke noma ama regions athile ke la esibheka kuona ke ukuthi uma sibheka kuona ke yila esingakwazi ukuthi khona ke sithole noma sikhombe khona ke abantu.
So these are the targeted regions that I was talking about, where when you are doing PCR, you are targeting specific regions of the DNA. Those are the regions of the DNA that we look at, that we know that we will be able to identify individuals.
Ibona ke la ebengikhuluma ngawo ke ngaphambilini ke mangikhuluma ngayo ke iPCR ngithi uma kubhekwa ke kuyindawo ezithize ke ila khona ke waziyo khona ke ukuthi kukhona ke ozokuthola khona.
So underneath that you will see there is start with the names of the regions start with D8S1179 and then they end up with FGA.
Uma ke ubheka ke aqala ke kusanda sakho sokunxeleka uqala ke ngo DAS 1179 bese ekugcineni ke icolumn yokugcina ke iphela ngo FGA.
So those are the names of the DNA regions that we look at the forensics, that we know that when we target these specific DNA regions, we'll be able to use them to identify individuals.
Yilama regions ke bengikhuluma ngawo ukuthi uma sibheka kuwona ke noma ke iwona ke esiwatargetayo ukuthi uma sibheka kuwona ke yila esokwazi ukuthi sikhombe khona ke noma sihlanganise khona ke sithole khona abantu.
So the DNA from all those particular regions, that DNA, when you look at the DNA that is obtained from all those DNA regions, they will then give you a DNA profile of an individual.
Uma ubheka ke kuzona zonke lezo ndawo noma lawo ma regions onke ke lawo eDNA ila khona wona ke azokwazi ukuthi abe inkomba noma akukhombeke kwi-profile yomuntu.
So if you look at any reference sample, for instance, because it's a known sample, the DNA from all those DNA regions, that is obtained from all those DNA regions, will then give us the unique DNA profile of that particular person.
Uma ubheka ke lawo ma profile lawo ku region yonke ke futhi use uyofika ke egcineni ila ezokunika khona ke I profile ekuyiyona ke ephelele yomuntu.
So you will see underneath the DNA regions, you will see their numbers.
ngaphansi ke kwawo lawo ma-regions uzobona ke ama-number awo.
The numbers represent the characters that an individual has inherited from both parents.
Inamba leyo ke ikunikeza ke noma ichazela ke lokho ke nawo noma lawo ma-character ke umuntu lowo awatholile kumzali ngamunye kulabo kubazali ababili umuntu anabo.
So all individuals have their own unique numbers that represent the characters that they have obtained from their parents.
Umuntu ngamunye ke unenamba ke yakhe ke echazayo ke ama-characters ke umuntu awatholile ke kumzali ngayedwa.
So I'm just going to illustrate using a known sample. In this instance, I will use the last sample on the page 2 of 5, that is M. Mube.
Lana ke engizoyisebenzisa ke ilena ke ebhalwe egcineni ke isample ebhalwe ke uMncube lana ke kulo page 2 of 5.
You will see, even in all the you will see that there are two numbers.
Uzobona ke ukuthi kunama number amabili.
So underneath each and every DNA region, there are two numbers.
Ngaphansi ke kwe region ngayodwa ke uzobona ke ukuthi ke kunama number amabili.
So when we look at M. Mncube, you will see on D8S1179, you will see we have 12 and 14.
Uma ubheka kuyena ke la bhalwe khona ke eMncube bese kuba naleya column ke eU-D8 S1179 inamba ke ekhona ke lapha yana ezansi eduze kwakhe eMncube u12 14.
So those 12 and 14 represent the characters that he obtained from both parents.
Loya 12 naloya 14 uchaza ke ama-characters ke noma lokho ke akutholile ke kuba kumzali ngamunye kulabazali ababili umuntu anabo.
So 12 can either come from the mother or father, or 14 coming from the mother or father.
U12 ke ngenzeka ukuthi usuka uqhamuka kuma noma kubaba noma u14 uqhamuka kuma noma kubaba.
So for us to know is when, for instance, we are doing paternity, we'll be able to show you when we have his father and mother, we'll be able to show you these 12 come from the mother and these 14 come from the father or vice versa.
Kodwa ke uma sekwenzeka ke manje sekubhekwa ke ukuthi lana ke sinabazali bobabili ke kuyabhekwa ke manje ukuthi ke impela ke umntwana wabo yini ila esokwazi ukuthi manje sikhombe khona ke ukuthi u12 lona ke ngaphandle ke ngabazake ubuya kuyena uma u14 ubuya kuyena ubaba.
So you will see, as I said, the parents, each parent will give half of the DNA, which will then represented by these numbers, and then which are 2, which means half from one and the other half from the other.
Lama number ke lawo ke la 12 14 ke ila asichazelayo ke ukuthi ingxenye ibuya kuma ingxenye ibuya kubaba.
So if you look even on the other reference samples, you will see that they have 2 numbers as well.
Noma ubheka ke kwamanye ke ama sample uzobona ukuthi nawo ke anama number amabili.
So I'm going to go to the swap 1 on page 2 of 5. The first sample, you will see, as I said, it's a mixture. You will see on D8S1179, you will see we have 12, 13, and 14. 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Uma sibheka phezulu ke ku swap 1 ngishilo ke ukuthi ke lapha yana ke ukuthi ke imixture le noma ke kuhlangene ke lapha yana ke manje ke ama number esinawo lapha yana ke u12 u13 u14 kanye no15.
So those indicates that characters come from more than one person.
Lokhuyana ke kuyinkomba ke noma ke kuyatshela ke ukuthi lokhuyana ke okutholakala lapha yana akubuyi kumuntu oyedwa.
So it's possible there are possible combinations that you can get there in terms of the DNA that you can get from that particular region.
Make kuleya region leyana kuyasho ke ukuthi ke laphana ke ngenzeka ke ukuthi ke kunama combinations ke awungawathola nama combinations ahlukene atholakalayo kuleya ndawo noma kuleya region.
So, in a mixture, what is important is for us, when we do DNA comparison, is to check whether the reference sample of an individual can be read in that particular mixture.
Okubalulekile noma okusemqoka ke la kutholakala khona ke ukuthi ke lana ke kuhlangeneke noma ke awutholi umuntu oyedwa ukuthi isample noma ke ireference sample ke yomuntu ke noma ke oyitholileke iyatholakala yini kuleya mixture leya.
So you are basically looking at the characters of the reference sample compared to those characters in the mixture to check whether that particular person of the reference sample is he part of that mixture or not.
Manje ke uzobheka ke ukuthi kunalama characters atholakalayo ke kwisample ke asithi ke isample etholakale kumuntu othize ube usiyoqhathanisa ke nalokhuyana okuthola laphayana ke kuleya mixture ukuthi ke le sample lena yalomuntu onayo iyatholakala yini kuleya mixture onayo.
So what is important for us to say a person is included in a mixture, he has to be included in all the DNA regions.
Ukuthi ke sitholeke ukuthi umuntu loyo uyatholakala ukhona kuleya mixture ufanele ukuthi ke kuma DNA regions abe ukhona noma ke atholakale kuona onke.
So his characters in specific DNA regions must be there in the mixture for us to say that person is included.
Ukuthi ke sisho ke ukuthi loya muntu loyana naye ke uyahlanganiswa laphayana ke ama characters akhe kwi region ngayodwa kulama regions ahlukeneke ukuthi ke uyatholakala.
So I'm gonna do the just to illustrate as well, looking at the results. I'm gonna start with the reference sample of MZ Mapisa.
Ngizoqala ke ngayo ke i-reference sample yakhe ke uMZ Mapisa.
So if you look at the on D8S1179, Mapisa has 13 and 13.
Uma ufunda ke lapha kuyena uMapisa ubese ubheka ke ngenzansi kwakhe u-D8S1179 uzothola ke inumber elaphayana ke u13 kuyena uMZ Mapisa.
Sorry, Captain, if I may just interrupt you, Malo, to see the court time has almost expired. Will this be an appropriate time? It's 15:32, Malo.
15:32.
Yes.
Are you still going to be long, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we available tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll adjourn your evidence to tomorrow. Which other witness are you calling tomorrow, Mr.?
Well, we've lined up a witness. We just want to make a final decision tomorrow, Malo, as to whether we'll be calling
No,
it.
but I want to find out, is there a witness you've lined out?
Yes, yes.
Not speculation. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thina zama size le finance. Thina best throw a low cast the team. The cold ones.